Starting coming at you with another game of Total Warhammer 3. It's Grom the Punch. He's standing up here. He rides in a chariot. It's very funny that they make him stand up here. Grom doesn't stand. Grom rides. I mean, he stands in the chariot, but you know, he doesn't walk around. So we are just gonna start up to it. I already changed the speed of the movement. Alright, so Grom is... I haven't played him in 3. We're just gonna get to it and talk while we do it rather than doing like an intro to to the guy like I sometimes do. Sometimes I spend like 5 minutes talking. I'm like, you know, I could have done that in the first fight when we were setting up. So he's got a special mechanic called Grom's Cauldron where you get basically, you know, magic items of whatever kind from defeating enemies of various kinds, monstrous things, you know, stuff for Grom to munch on. And then, alright, so the only real worry is those Knights of the Realm. Because the thing about having artillery from the start is we can just make them come to us. Grom also has regeneration native. Look how cool he looks. He's got his silly little sound effects. It's being pulled by wolves, of course. You know, they're just trotting along. But, yeah, so he's armored. He has armor piercing, big bonus first infantry, native regeneration, 6k HP, and on top of that, he has some of the coolest faction mechanics in the game. However, we are getting fire arrowed. Of course, we are weaker to fire than would be ideal. But we're basically just going to charge in here and figure that it'll be fine because Grom can regenerate. This is like not, it's very, you know, it'd be orkier if we brought everyone else in, right? Because we are getting absolutely dunked on. However, you know, it'll probably be fine. Unless we die here, which could happen. But generally, you would expect the computer to not have the discipline to maintain us around. Whether or not I can get out. Yeah, see, they're moving the Knights of the Realm all around that way to try to get another charge on me, when what they very much would want to do is, you know, not that. But we're just gonna go ahead and realize that I've made a proper fool of myself here. But the important thing is that we'll regenerate all of it back here, and we're just going to come in this way. Because even though Grom is just like absolutely dunked on, fundamentally, we're all fine. He can heal up before you know it, before I know it. He'll be fine. You'll see. You'll all see. Unless it doesn't work out. It'll probably be fine. We are, after all, now actually fighting with the rest of the army. And these goblins get very, very damaged very quickly. We've got, like, chariots here on the Knights of the Realm. That is terrible, but they are getting beat on by some trolls, and that is good enough, I guess. We're just going to go ahead and throw on the fast forward now. Get Grom a little bit more damage here. They are about to be fleeing. We're going to keep it on fast forward to the end because Grom is going to get all of his hit points back. We need to turn off fire at will there, and then we'll just wait here for a bit. You know, he won't get all of his hit points back. That's okay. You know, you know, it's more damage than we wanted to take. Because while we could be spending our time, you know, rallying over their troops, yeah, man, that was a lot of damage. I expected to get out a little cleaner. But I forgot the Knights of the Realm, you know, they get more work done than I was giving them credit for. So we're going to end up, I mean, a little messy, right? End up down like 1,500 HP. It's not perfect. What are you going to do? Maybe lost like 30 gobos. All in all, a very clumsy first fight. But, I mean, pretty okay all around. The, Grom's chariots, they're really... The spiky rollers are great, and then he gives, more and more charge. But then, of course, later on, we get big bonuses for everything. We are going to take the replenishment here, which if we just played better, we wouldn't have to worry about it. Not important. We're not getting worried about that. All right, so what we're going to do is check out what our objectives are, because abstractly we should know. Okay, so for the short victory, all we got to do is take Torivres. And for the long victory, all we have to do is take Torivres and do some more. Okay, yeah, sure. That's fine. Awesome. What an easy campaign. Now I remember why I love it. So basically, all we got to do is play for a while and then walk over there and take a place. So here's the cauldron. And we already start with this troll meat, but we need one other piece with it, right? And then, which is, it's just so amazing because it gives you regeneration for your goblins. But you could, also say right here, you get more armor. You could get more speed or charge bonus, berserk for orc infantry, which could be pretty cool. Could be. Or regeneration for goblins, because there's you can have a few things active, and then eventually you can have 4 different ingredients. You have stuff that'll let you get 10% replenishment for all of your armies, which is pretty extraordinary. Or just stuff like that. And physical resistance. There's all sorts of wonderful abilities that Grom gets access to through everything. Now, I would love to take the red tree for goblins. All right, what are his uniques like now? Growth, casualty, a little bit of pump there. Perfect vigor for chariots and pump wagons. Love it. Rattled. Oh, and then, yeah, there's the Madman. At rank 6, you can get a bonus first large of 10 for all your goblin units. And melee attack of 6 in general, which is just crazy. Because, of course, okay, you now have anti-large goblins on foot that have arrows, but you catch them with, their cavalry. Well, now, what do they care? And then, lower wound. I mean, very good, very good. And then that lets us get... Alright, so we could just take... Okay, so the red goblin skill now is for ammo, missile, it's everything for them. Normally I would take a blue line to get to lightning strike, but, what would be more fun than that? The army being stronger. Because if we figure that we're just going to be aggressive, be aggressive, then we won't need to lightning strike, right? Because we're going to be, moving in force, having the wah, We'll be alright here. We need to prevent... Oh, nothing. We'll be fine. This is all good. We'll just make them come to us. And I'm like, it's a terrible position for the artillery. We don't really have any good lines. This one will be fine, though, because we'll hopefully get target selection that's clean through the middle. Now, with this, I think we're going to crack the middle. We're going to let Grom take some damage from the archers. They don't have any fire archers, so we're just going to go straight up. Now, we need, a Wayfarer's banner for Grom or something. That would be ideal. We could also run in the Hag. She's, you know, a little armored, 6k HP, you know, she can beat down. You know, at that point, we might as well run everybody else in, too. This is called having a plan. I mean, you know, you realize if they don't have cavalry, then... and they only have a couple of spears and they're both on the flanks, then... I mean, have a party, right? We're gonna Swamp Breath here. Trying to get out of the way of the Swamp Breath. And being somewhat successful. Grom's having a party. Spears to intercept spears. Double trolls on the man-at-arms. And then we'll try to flank them from the reverse. Spiky roll is in on the spearman, now a little clumsy. It'll be okay. Peasant mob having a terrible time there. Spiky roll is going to come in from the rear and hit the spearman at arms. At least that is the plan. Will be the plan. Man, I can't wait till we get Strider on stuff. I love Grom. Grom's the best. Grom is green, and green is good. Grom is a goblin. Don't be fooled by his massive size. He is a goblin. He ate some troll. That's how come he got so big and strong and bold. Oh, I love him. He's the greatest. He's my special boy. Grom is one of my favorite campaigns in the game. Because his goblins are so good and his stuff is so great, you can just have a total party. And Grom's whole motivation internally as a character is about seeing the world and eating everything. You know, he's the most ogreish of them. And this is before the ogre kingdoms were part of the game, you know, so he definitely has a lot of sort of overlap in theme with them, although they're also very, like, money motivated. And Grom's, you know, thoroughly a war boss, you know. He feels the call to war, but he also, you know, is a gourmand. Potion of Farsight is bad, you know, but not every item's good. Gives him sundered armor for a little bit once a battle, which is better than literally nothing, so we'll take it. Upgrade the goblins, which is much better than literally nothing. Better Spirit Leech, but I think we just go for replenishment first, because that's like the whole jam. That was the other thing about the campaign, is before Grom's campaign, the River Troll Hag wasn't in the game. And she came in, and I love her so much as a campaign hero because she's great. You know, she has death magic no matter what, which is awesome. They punch real hard. They have regeneration, lots of HP, and they have that replenishment on them. And then, you know, you've got your raiding camp, which gives you, you know, immunity to your attrition. You've got good replenishment because of that, and then you just get her added on, and it really lets you sort of adventure around the world, and that's the dream. So, like, we see if we want this one, we have to go and fight somebody with a dinosaur, or if we want this one, we need to level up a Goblin Great Shaman, that kind of thing. Follow Blacktooth's advice. So that'll be like a quest reward type of thing. Like, here's quite a good one, you know. You give -8 to enemy leadership. Like, that's just generically really quite amazing. But Frenzy on Goblins, I mean, that's pretty nice, too. I can't be convinced away from liking goblins. Don't try to make me not like them. That'll never happen. Alright, so here we're going to get just some... I think squig herds are appropriate, right? Because they fill a niche in the army, and we'll be fighting Bretonia. And we don't need sword infantry, right? We need spear infantry, although we are, unfortunately, not really right there. And I'd love to have a unit of nasty skulkers, but, you know, we're gonna fight around here a bit, get the army some, and then probably run home to old Massive Call. And see what we can get from there. We've got the old big thinking. It's the same for all of the bosses? I think so. Maybe there's like a third boss that some of them can get. But we are, of course, going to go for goblin stuff first. All goblins all the time. That's the motto. I mean, besides the squig herds, which are sort of like goblins, if you think about it. Not if you really think about it, but a little bit. And when you really, really level up your recipes and you cook everything, then you get perfect vigor. But honestly, you can get that just from fighting far away from the capital. Probably sooner than you can cook every recipe by getting the seasoned campaigner trait. But I will look forward to ending the turn so that we can keep on playing. We'll see where it leads us. I haven't really played Grom since, I guess since like scrap upgrades were good. Because now they have like way cooler ones than I remember there being back in the day. So like since before Gorbad came out, certainly. So whatever they added with him, like I'm not really familiar. I know the units exist from multiplayer, but I haven't like played them myself. But we need, so we need to get this, attain at least 50 scrap, and then we'll get this item, which is my favorite thing. It's a summon for a rogue idol that lasts, you know, for a while, and then you get to, you know, have a summon, and there's just nothing better than that. And of course, getting 50 scrap will happen right now. We're going to go here, and then we're going to break down the gate and then rush it, and there's nothing that these French nerds can do about it. Oh, and they ran away, Pathetic, Apolline. Pathetic. Crushing defeat, it says. Oh, no. Alright, so we're gonna have to be smart, right? Have we ever done that before? Unimportant. Can't believe you asked that question. How unimportant. Wish we could get like a Pegasus stew or something. Alright, so it looks like we've got the winding road into the uphill climb into the rest, right? Yeah. Oh man, what? This is like, I love this siege map, right? Oh man, if only sieges in this game were more fun to play. But so what we have to do, so these are actually very close together, right? Which, you know, fair play. But so we'll just have to just bust all the way in there, probably with Grom. But we'll yeah, so we'll do exactly what we got to do. So if they build barricades around there, we'll have to go all the way around this way, because this is a route where, yeah, if we go in here, then we can stop that one and then go immediately up this route in. Because here we have to theoretically go the entire way around to get in here, which, you know, It's probably more about where we can just open a front, get inside, and then we'll deal with problems there, right? Why not right here? Because they only have one tower here and here, which is pretty excellent. How much range do the towers have? These are questions. Well, it won't be max range here, so we'll just do that, and for one brief moment, almost deploy everything else on the other side. That would have been, I mean, hilarious, just very funny. Maybe we should have put something on the other side. Oh, actually, a whole lot of them are over there anyway. Well, that's good, you know, that's real good. We're just gonna fast forward and hope that we can knock the gatehouse down with our artillery. And actually, if they have a bunch of guys on top, then we'll hope that it'll do something to them too. Really, we have like enough trolls and stuff that if we can just get in, we'll probably be fine-ish. It looks like we'll definitely be able to crack it. Two hours later. Let's take a look at the very French wall. You know, they got a chalice on there. That's good. Little fleur-de-lis. Very, very classic. They've got various banners on the wall. Lots of different banners. Who runs this joint? No, their arms would be quartered with those of Quaron, their liege lord and all that. You know, it's a very French sort of setup. They're not at all like the Greenskins, who are more British, but in a charming, ironic way. I mean, they're British, but they're like ironically British. That may not make sense. Warhammer's odd. And it's like, now it's time to have a party. Their walls are breached, and we are going to get in here. They're going to bring all of these fellas in. It's not going to do so good for them. Now, we don't have any magic to punish it. We've just got a little bit of breath attack action. But we've got Grom, the Paunch, or Grom El Paunch, as they're going to call him. Once he's done with everything. He's going to eat some of the letters in the... Now, the spearmen are right here, just right here. That's not ideal. But yeah, there we go. I'm like, you know, I bet we can just avoid them. Clean. Because now they're trapped in here with me. You know, they can't get over the wall here. They probably definitely could. They just don't know it. And we're going to get the assists in here. Orcs is on the walls. And the Knights Errant, which I guess can just go straight through the barricade, probably. But they're going to have a bad time when they get here, right? Because they don't know what I know, which is that the trolls are going to get here just as planned. Alright, they are backing up a little bit. That is okay. That's just as planned as well. We can adapt the plan. Can the Cav just go straight over the barricade? Yes, that is good news. Happy for them. Love it. Now we are going to leech them. We're just going to get the old spirit of leeching upon them. And bash, bash, bash. We're going to get armor sundering just to help out a little bit more, right? And the call to the wall, we are not nearly ready for that yet, I guess. We have that tower, which is, you know, going to be a little annoying because it's going to shoot at us for a while before we're going to be able to get through, I fear. But this barricade, we can just walk right through that, and that's just what we'll do once we finish up with these fools. they have any spears over here? They do not. Good. Do they have arrows? They do. And they're poison. Poison is not damage over time, however. It's just damage. We'll hold on to it. These guys look like they were trying to get over the wall to get on top of the wall. That is very sad indeed. Not what we want. We're going to get these fellas on the wall. We're going to continue to follow up there. We're going to very slowly, very arduously push through on these Knights Errant. You know, fighting head-to-head with some armored dudes. This is not the fight the Knights Errant wants, but it's not what we want either. We do, however, have some anti-large spears in there, and definitely this mix favors us and not these fools. And once we get on the wall, we're going to be able to just start deleting them, right? Because our guys are great at shooting down defenseless fools. That is the Greenskin way. We're just going to charge right through here. Oh, they have spears there. We're going to charge right back this way. That's what we're going to do. I mean, this way. Nope, we're going to charge in that way. Apparently, that way is where we're going. Because the fight looks like this, right? You know, the hag can't get up there. We're just embroiled, but Grom is winning. You know, Grom is good. Grom is great. And now the Knights Errant are leaving, and that means we're about to crack right through this. Oh, this building also makes our melee attack minus 15%. Well, that was, you know, making us last a little bit longer there. These spiky rollas just run up on the spears and crack them anyway. They say, oh, are you supposed to be good against chariots? That's funny. Is that written down somewhere? Because they just gave them the business. Spiky rollas, so good. I can't wait till we can get a few more in the old army. We're going to keep on escorting these fools away. Just a huge amount of damage off of the charge. And, of course, having sundered armor, armor piercing, you know, all that's missing is a little bit of longevity when you run them out against a whole bunch of stuff unsupported. And then you wonder why they're sad. No, nobody wonders anything. Not here. But we're going to run up here. The men-at-arms are going to crumble to the attack of these river trolls whenever they get in there on them anyway. And then the pump wagons are hopefully going to be able to get in here. They're taking so much damage, I imagine it's from all these towers. Oh, and the trebuchet. Also the trebuchet. Well, the important thing is we've shattered all of these front units. Got some orcs on the wall. We're going to get these other orcs on the wall here. Like, no, that way. Please, that way. There we go. These pump wagons, down to... They've only lost one model, but man, oh man, are they beat up. You got to figure that they are just holding together by a thread, but what a fine thread. If you don't know what a pump wagon is, it's just what it sounds like. It's goblins that are pushing little hand carts to make a sort of chariot, and it's just the best thing. I love Greenskins. Their ingenuity is rivaled only by their depravity. But we're not here to talk about their depravity. We're here to talk about the pump wagon. The greatest chariot. It may be the greatest chariot. I love me a good pump wagon, especially in the early game. Especially against a lot of your favored foes, right? Because Grom wants to fight elves. And he'll want to fight anybody, but he loves to fight an elf. And elves are very, very crunchy to a chariot. You know, they really like to feast there. 222 kills on the pump wagon. Just a non-buffed, just a nice little spiky rolla. You have got to love it. Man, oh man, do they ever overperform. Of course, it's against some Garbo, but, you know, that's what you're going to be fighting in a lot of things. You know, you need something that can clear the chaff, do it well, stylishly, beautiful. And of course they do more damage than anything did by a tremendous margin. They probably did almost all of the damage in the whole thing. That's because they were, you know, actually fighting where they wanted to be. So we loot occupy? It seems a little wasteful, right? Like, surely they'll rebel or whatever, but maybe, you know, maybe that's okay. We capture the province, we get an item. The Lucky Shrunken Head. Nice. It's an arcane item, so for casters, 10 ward save is amazing. And, you know, good, great. Wizard. Get life leeching, that'll get you, everything you want in life. Life leeching is the passive for Lore of Death. So every time you cast a spell with a wizard that has that, it doesn't have to be a death spell. Sometimes there are cases when you could have that passive anyway. I digress. But that will give you some wins back into your pool. So the classic thing is you get cheap spirit leeches. You know, right now it costs 8, but you can get it discounted. It would be 6, and you can get it cheaper in some other ways potentially. And maybe not on her, but on a different wizard. And then you know, the cheaper it is, you can actually generate it or do it almost for free, because you get something like, I think it's 2.9 out of a cast. It doesn't matter what you cast. So if you can get it cheap, like if you get it on like Balthasar Gelt, you can totally just, like, as an example, as faction, that's a way to do it. Alright, we're a couple of scraps short. Do we just get gobos? More squigs don't seem like they feel good. I would love to be able to get spear goblins, but, you know, at least, so once upon a time, spear goblins, I'm pretty sure this is true, didn't have bonus versus large, and they had like silver shields or something. Or maybe they had silver shields and did have bonus for Sarge. But anyway, then they added in regular goblins at some point. I don't remember what point. It might have been when they added in orc boys with spears. But goblins had silver shields at one point someday. I forget when. I've been playing this game a while. It doesn't matter. None of that matters. All right. Do we get any more food yet? No. All right, we gotta get more scrap so that we can get the head, so that we can do the thing. That's right. If only we'd been able to get it at level 2, we'd be able to get pump wagons. But Messifor Call, we'll get there in a few turns, and that's, I mean, something. Messifor Call probably means like Orc Mountain. Massif is like a monolith type of thing, you know, like one big mountain. And one more province gets its Talisman of Endurance, which is very solid. You know, Battle Healing Cap is amazing when you have regen. And they are outside our gates. We get our scrap. Which means we get Blacktooth's head in a jar, which means we get an ingredient, which means we get more scrap, which means it's time to cook. And then, alright, so we get the first of our things. So not only do you get the passives, but they have real recipes as well, you know. So this is Shrooms and Awful Sausage. This is the classic beginning one. Bangers and Smash, which just gives you more of a charge bonus for your allies around you and charge bonus for himself. But, you know, you get your other stuff too, not least the regeneration for Goblin and Night Goblin infantry units. My beloved. Start cooking us for 15 turns. Usually, you would be cooking something else long before that cooldown goes down. 15 turns is a long time. But, here we go. There's our first thing. We're gonna... Alright, so... Like, where are the pump wagons at? Wagons, there we go. And then you can get Glorious Charge for Greenskins Chariots. We're just going to have to try to look before we get there to see them. Make sure that... Oh, this just unlocks the scrap upgrades. We'll hold on to it for a second. And here, we need to chase them down, because otherwise, you know, they'll still be here. We gave him a ya and a hey-ya, and now they're gone. And we got our... No, Blacktooth's head. That's right. She's got to use Blacktooth's head. At least for right now. The summon of the Rogue Idol is much better than the ward save. The ward save's amazing. But, you know, we'll get back to that someday. We can't get one of them yet. Like, do we get another army, like, right now? I think maybe. Because if we just start stacking it up with some goblins, then in a couple of turns, we'll have enough for a Wa. Now, Mushroom Addicted is a very good trait. It's nothing that says this guy's got to be a special guy. Let's just go ahead and grab him. And start filling up his army a little bit. We'll get to level 2 there before too long. He'll have an army as well, and then when we call to Wa, we'll be able to crunch down and sweep over our foes. Of course, this is going to lead us to be almost entirely broke. But, you know, you just gotta believe. That is what you have to do. You have just got to believe. Because, like, by the time those roll in, we're gonna be entirely broke. You know, it's only turn 3. Maybe it's too early. Lots of times I don't get a second army. But, you know, we're gonna see how it goes, right? Close to the, close to the perilous edge. Aha! Hag Merchant Aquitaine. So this is like the most important thing. Because you can get like a random item from her that maybe would be very difficult to get. Do we march over there to get it? Yes, we do. Alright, so here you can cook a random thing. Nonsense. So here we'll go buy the thing from the hag. 1 grand, lizard legs. Perfection. So that could be, you know, it could be anything. You know, this is the thing you would have to beat a dinosaur army to get. So it's kind of good because it allows you to get the item without having to go to Lustria. But, you know, it would have been nice to have one in a different color or something that doesn't compete with regeneration, which is one of my very favorite things. Because normally I just roll with troll meat. Like, that's what I believe in. I believe in the troll meat. But we're gonna... I'm like, do we go in here to Baston, or do we go up to Montfort? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what we're doing here. What we do have to do is get a move on, because we're going to be broken like 2 turns. We could just go here, win the siege, because of course we'll win the siege, and then we'll be fine. Yeah, good plan. I mean, a plan. Technically a plan. I mean, we've got regenerating goblins, which match up very well against Bretonnian infantry, especially with Grom around to cheer for them and, you know, make them feel bold and all of that. He's a very inspiring goblin. They look at him and they think, maybe I could be that tall. We're about to get war declared on us unless we do it to somebody else. We're going to pop Baston right now. Looks like they're not home. No one cries when they get hit in the back like Baston. It says Pyrrhic victory. We're gonna have to do it. We are not eating an extended series of replenishments. Good news, it's this place again. Bad news, you know, we didn't do perfectly with it last time. Be okay though. What did we learn? We learned some, right? I mean, ish, maybe. We learned about getting the ranged on the walls. We learned that if we had something over here, maybe they would want to stay over here. Yeah? There we go. One little guy over there to be the distraction. We're just gonna send Grom at the gate and just accelerate it a little bit, right? Just let it go a little quicker. We don't want to send the trolls there because I'm much more confident in Grom's ability to be like a cartoon and get out alive. But now that we're already there, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, they don't even have anyone manning these fort towers. Because where would they have to be? They would have to be like right here to man it. It's a very awkward place. But yeah, we're just going to move Grom there, and hopefully he won't get hit with very many, you know, cannonballs on his route. Looks like he's feeling fine, you know. Grom's like pretty good at beating down a door. Not every character is. It doesn't matter what the game says either. Like not every character is. Sometimes it'll be like good against walls, good against buildings. They can say that about anyone. Right, and here, this will be way better than last time. Can I run through this, or is this... this is the one that will hinder me moving through its range. But, fortunately, we'll be fine. We just need the spears inside here for when the old fellows show up. We're just going to move him a little closer now, and a little bit softer now, and now we're on the Knights Errant, so let's go ahead and sunder, and bangers and smash, and then, you know, it's gonna be Grom in a head-to-head against spearmen and cavalry. That sounds stupid. Let's turn around. Because charging, you know, into some spears is still better than fighting in the middle of them, right? Right. And then we're just going to go ahead, get our Orky boys on the wall. Grom has successfully disengaged there. Our goblins in the front are successfully goblins. And now it's time to drop the base. And by the base, I mean Blacktooth's Corruption. Look at him. Oh, he's a rogue idol, boys. Punch him in the face. And now presenting one of the coolest looking weapons in the game. Oh, man. It's probably the best possible animation. And it killed like one guy and did no damage. Doesn't it just inspire you? You're never supposed to run these. They're not very good. They are, however, so cool. I mean, look at him. It's a big old rocky boy. It does not beat paper. It does not beat scissors. It does not beat stones. It does not beat anything. The Rogue Idol is a waste of gold. But as a summon, oh, as a summon, it's priced just right at the cost of one individual item slot. Sorry, I want the Rogue Idols to be good. I have always wanted the Rogue Idols to be good. Even if they had like a Mortis engine. If they had a Mortis engine, they'd be good. There's one that like throws stuff at people and sort of like will take a chip off the old block and hit people with it. That's funny. It's still not good though. But it's like it's the Regiment of Renown, so it's like an artillery piece. It's okay. But the thing about Greenskin roster is many of their units are actually kind of amazing. Like, I really love the Greenskin units. I just think they're the coolest. And they're quite good, too. Of course, in Grom's army, you have the finest goblins the world's ever seen. I mean, they will fight and fight and fight. Especially when they're fighting things like in their weight class, like against other chaff, his goblins are just extraordinary. But even against slightly better stuff, pretty good. And then, you know, as you go through the tree and you get more and more buffs, then they get to be very special indeed. But classic Britannia map. All right, time to speed it up now. We'll be army lossing him soon enough. After all, nothing hurts the feelings more than seeing the Goblin Tide roll in. But there we go, running, and they are definitely army lossing. I'm like, yeah, they can't keep getting away with being in this battle. A nice clean rolling, where Grom gets engaged much more efficiently in the battle. And, you know, the spiky Rollas, by staying back, kept all their HP, but, you know, lost the laudatory marks of the earlier time. And, of course, all the goblins newly in the army and with regeneration, unlike the time before, just making it a lot cleaner all around. Here we take the money. And we get an ingredient for the cauldron. I wonder how. Maybe as like a... I don't know. I didn't see what it was. Anyway, we got a new one, and that's amazing. Because this gives us 10 replen for all the armies, and that is the best thing ever. And this, Grom Surf and Turf, this is like my item. It's so good. You get regen, you get 10 replen for all armies, and then 10 for goblins in his army, and then another 10% in general. It just immediately lets you do anything you want to do. And we'll grab Dagabos, which is the best feeling thing. They're already so good. But, and then we're just going to run in here, occupy Pile of shiny stuff, boom, 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 and everything is coming up roses. Now, we don't upgrade any of that, we just keep on getting this army in shape. I think we actually want the archers now, on account of how you never know when this whole thing is gonna kick off. Alright, 3 turns to get to level 2 there, that's fine. See, the thing about, like, regeneration and stuff and all of that is some abilities the game knows. Like, I think physical resistance and stuff is, like, accounted for. I think. Armor. But not, like, passives. Not regeneration. Not health moves. Not spells. So, auto-resolve can often be, like, pretty wildly off of what's gonna happen. Which, these goblin stacks are so good, and I cannot wait to get them going for real. Because often they're better for Grom's army, but they're still very good for everybody else, you know. So my gobbos are great. It's just Grom's gobbos are already, you know, at 30-33 for a goblin. That's like a spearman stat line, only they regenerate and have fizz resist. You know, it's just so good. I can't wait to keep on going. Let's accordingly keep on going. This is just turn 4. There's plenty of time to feel good about things. Here in a bit. Now, the dwarves here are moving out. This is a minor dwarf faction. It's not too much to worry about. Ooh, another hag merchant. How lucky. And what do we have here? Wing leather. Yeah. So sometimes they'll challenge you to cook a dish. If you do, she'll give you like a little riddle. And then you complete it, and then you get, you know, some money and stuff. Now, that's fine. However, what if you can't make it, right? So, we just buy the wing leather. Which is anti-large ammo for goblin and eye-goblin missile units. Very good stuff. The explosive projectiles, super good. The fire arrow's fine. This one, though, so you get harpy teeth, which, like, they fire multiple shots. It's crazy what you can get out of gobbos with the green ones, but of course we have to... Eventually, you take her challenge as well, and then you can unlock more ingredients, but I just feel like in the early game, getting access to more ingredients that you might find challenging to get is more important. That also, you know, lets you target what you want to do. So, like, if we're like, okay, man, we need to sack a Dark Elf settlement to get this, okay, I guess we're just hauling up here to meet a Dark Elf, right? Which, Dark Elves are elves, too. They're worth killing. Alright, are we at war with anyone anymore? Baston's still around somewhere. Oh yeah, because their dude moved up. He just probably was losing to these vampires. Speaking of the vampires, are we about to have to fight some vampires? Vampires match up very badly against our greenskins. They do okay against greenskins. I would say, like, fine-ish maybe sometimes, but against our specific greenskins, they're awful. Because our chaff is dramatically superior. And, you know, they probably don't have the really punchy armies yet. Probably. These guys are at war with Baston. I think we'll just go to roll over Paravon and... Yeah. And then whenever we get our WA, we'll see where we want to go. Which I assumed would be over here to punch the High Elves. But we might wait for that just for a bit. And rampage through the Empire or something. Just depends what we want for the Cauldron, I suppose. Because if we want to drag, you know, we want to... Oh. Oh, okay. Passive ability for healing and unbreakable for trolls and giant units. That's, Man, I feel like some of these are better than they used to be. Oh, the goldfish. That's a thing, too, for the old global recruitment. Well, let's just deal with some of these foes. Now, getting the Bretonnians eliminated is fine. It doesn't matter. Burning down the elves would be fine too, and more fun. Much more sporting. Not that that matters. We're just gonna go up here and try to crack Paravon in a turn or two, I guess. We'll take negative control. I think that'll be fine. I mean, we might get a rebellion here. I don't care. If it happens, it'll happen, right? We only... Because we're just going to set up cheap places, you know, and then we're going to set up our piles of shiny stuff, and we're going to hang out here in Massive Wall. Which, so here lets you get stone trolls, but like... At 3, but... I guess it just lets you get it from a different building, and that's good. Like if you didn't want to take this building, which I guess because you already have one of the River Troll Hags, then it wouldn't give you access to another one. But that's exactly why you would want the next level. You get one for your other army. Anyway. So I guess we just go in right here. Start burning it down, and then we could underway over. We're not at war with them, so they wouldn't even be able to intercept, right? Yeah. Devastating. And he at least is a wizard. Does he have anything good right now? Oh, Brain Burst out of the box, so that's good. I haven't really used these guys as lords before. I mean, they're probably fine. The real benefit is that he had the right trait for cheaper goblins. We'll see how he works out later. I love the goblin lord because he gets a giant spider eventually, and as you guys probably know, I love me a giant spider. To me, having a giant spider would be better than being president of the United States. That's what I love about this campaign too, is that tier 2, you know, you can get some pump wagons, you can get some good trolls, And I think here we actually do take... Like, do we take pump wagons just to get... I mean, because Flappas have Strider. We definitely upgrade this, because Goblin Big Boss is, like, fine, but on the campaign map he's pretty good. But it'll give us Nasty Skulkers, which will give us AP in our infantry, and then later on in Grom's tree, you know, you give these dudes... They have lower hit point pools than other goblins, right? Not by a ton anymore, though, just by, like, 5%. Here, I think we do take... Well, we take this, we can get a rock lava for the other army, which is good. We gotta have artillery for that, especially for fighting elves. Yeah, that's fine. Because we can't get another hag yet anyway, then waiting a few turns at tier 3 will be fine. Alright. Extended decision-making process. But now we have this guy, Cassion, so he'll have a much bigger army there with us. He's got Knights of the Realm, bunch of peasants, bowmen, mounted yeomen, bunch of nothing. Men at arms, polearms, which do have that AP, you know, they got the halberds. We're just gonna get our friends in range here, and of course with huge amounts of goblin archers that do regenerate, that'll certainly be putting the tide into our favor. More so. It still says we're going to lose. We're not going to lose. We'll be fine, you know. We'll do what we always do. It's this map again. We'll be fine. Of course, this time we'll even have reinforcements. They are coming from the other side over there. Can we even deploy over there? I did not notice that. That's fun. You definitely can deploy over here. Our buddy's deploying over on that side where we normally attack from. Well, I think just stuffing one side is dramatically better than trying to be cute and doing things on two sides. That's why we're going to put a squig out there. And a squig over here. They'll all run in and we'll just slam in right down the middle. It'll be great. These guys are hidden. And just like in simulations, we're gonna charge on in. And it looks like an absolutely massive amount of them are deployed on this side. Even if they rotate all of this to the other side, and they will, this does represent a great triumph for us, right? So we definitely fooled them with our deployment. We're geniuses. There you go. Deploy some random stuff some places, even if they charge out there, right? Which I don't think they really will do. It'll hold them off so long. We're just gonna start moving forward right now, rather than slightly later, because you know we've been showing up to the party too late. You know, that's a thing I think was very obvious about our earlier incursions. You know, everybody was getting there, and Grom was already all the way around. So let's see if we can do a little better there. You know, and in 40 seconds, we got these guys all coming in. We're gonna put them in a block, of course, and try to get them onto the wall. And of course, they are trying to get over here. The Paladin is a worry. He doesn't have really big armor piercing, so, you know, Grom does match up okay there, but... And unfortunately, they chose only things that we can't charge over here. Very bad indeed. But the good news is Grom is fighting a bunch of ridiculous peasant bowmen, and their accent is not going to help them at all. Can Grom run into the platform? Oh my goodness, Grom is so good at running into the platform. He just did like a billion damage to it. Okay, I just gotta click on a platform apparently with the chariot character, and it gets crunched. Okay, I'm totally over the thinking that platform was decent enough to get in my way. That was foolishness. Alright, let's turn around here, however. Oh, jeez. The orc boys are going... Oh, no, they ran right in. Oh, me, oh, my. Knights of the Realm having a party. That's what I get. Too cute by far, and now the orcs suffer. They'll be alright. This whole army's here now. We're just gonna... move them in and hope for the best, right? You know, that's sort of the defining theme of our armies, is it not? Just say, oh, let's have a party. Bash these guys. Is the pally here? Yeah, the pally's here. Let's go. Let's get him. Let's get another piece of him. Trolls on him. Of course, the paladin wants to hit trolls, but the trolls want to hit a paladin more than the paladin wants to hit the trolls, so there's at least that. Hey, look. Yes, this is a stack indeed. Oh, it's the most glorious thing. We, of course, have a secondary army. I sprung for one on account of how we're the Greenskins, and I should have done it last time. Drop this off here. Need to find where that pally is again so we can spirit leech him. What? Oh, went away again. Weird. We definitely just made a mistake. A little bit. A lot bit. Alright, let's get out of there. I think she's getting hit by the paladin. We just need to back up a little bit. Let him get trucked on. You know, Grom's strong. He's got the armor, but she's just a lady. There we go, yeah. Now whoever got on the paladin is getting on him. And we do have some orcs on the wall, excellent, and these other orcs are pretending that they don't know what I want them to do when it's clearly get on the wall. This fella knows brain burst to donate. Boom, baby, let's show it off. Oh, he's way over here still. Oh, goodness. Well, you know. We took him because he had mushroom addicted. 15% is 15%. Alright, we're getting shelled by their trebuchet, which, in all the history... Guys wanted to get all the fun toys. He is! You get the summon. We already have our regenerating goblins. You know what his victory condition is? Take Tour of Res. And, you know, the 30 or 60 things. But, you know, that's my idea of a nice, focused greenskin life. Like, what do you do? Oh, eventually beat your ancestral enemy or whoever lives there, whatever. And along the way, how would you like to have max replenishment? On turn 5. We're pretty close to it. I think it might be max for gobos. Anyway. All of these gobos are showing up, which is very good indeed. We're just going to put them all on the wall. They're probably mostly going to run into other guys. That's okay. We'll work it out. Alright, he's going to get there eventually, and that's good. You know, we're going to be real proud of him when he gets there eventually. These wagons need to get out of there. Like yesterday, they are against my AP men-at-arms. That's why Grom needs to be there, right? Smart. I mean, he at least is a big old chariot boy and can hold his own, unlike the pump wagons, which are small little chariot boys who are very vulnerable to harm. Speaking of vulnerable to harm, looks like our rock lava is lobbing rocks in at our massive dudes there in the front. Feels bad. I never forget the Greenskins to Brenna's house there, dude, because they'll do it again. Oh, yeah, so many times. Oh, man, the final battle in Warhammer 2 for that, oh, it was so much fun. The Wa is active in the deep. All right, we need to get Grom out of there now because he's getting a little crunched, right? A little crunched on. We just need to get him out of the big bulk of these men-at-arms long enough for somebody else to show up. Like the River Troll Hag? No, that's a terrible solution. Like this guy to Brainbuster? Yes. Oh, finally. And just in time. The chaff-clearing magic shows up for the chaff. Grom's like, I wasn't afraid. Should have been maybe a little bit, but he wasn't afraid. And now the Gobbo's getting on the wall, which is going to absolutely schwammer all these fools. River Troll Hag doing fine. Goblins having an absolute party. Really got to get more people engaged in the action, though. River Trolls need them up here at the front. Like, he's just such a special boy. And his wolves are so motivated, you know. I just love regenerating goblins. They're not even the greatest they can be yet. Look, but they have 81 leadership. Like, what? And later in his tree, he gives them all, every goblin gives them anti-large. So, like, you get nasty skulkers with AP, like, mwah. I mean, it's just for his army, but still. Cracking there, and then we're just pushing all of these guys in here. Grom's still having a party. They are in full rout here on the front. They're never going to put that Humpty Dumpty back together again. Knights of the Rome coming there. Do we have regular goblins? We do. Do we run spiky rollers into them? Yeah, you know, because the thing about pump wagons, they used to be, like, hilariously good. They're still pretty good. I'll go, I hate a troll, I hate an elf. Yeah, play that. Not common because first reds. You know, Grom's, like, the best kind of troll. One who's actually a hilarious goblin. I do miss the days of Skarsnik being right next door. He's better where he is now, but man, when you could get him and his spider, like, super early... I wrote, like, a Reddit post about it once upon a time. I was like, Grom the Paunch is the greatest campaign of all time, and I will tell you why. Alright, do we do it like right here? Yeah, we do. And then they're all gonna walk into it. Actually, I don't know where he is. He's gonna get there soon enough. And when he does, this is still like a great spot for a brain burst. You know, it's only getting better. It's only getting better. Now look how good it is. Alright, he's gotta cast it soon, right? Come on. Please cast it. Come on. He's gotta do it soon. Yeah, there it is. Boom, baby. It was worth the wait. Where's he speak correct run? Yep, absolutely. He was just right there in the spine. Because that's where he was in 1, right? You know? And it was... his whole thing was just like... old Belagar. You know, like he trekked over. That was his whole idea. Thinking back to like my first DLC purchases, it's so funny. Like, cause I started watching the multiplayer and I thought I would play too, right? And it was before I realized how bad my hands were, and all of that, and you know, sort of grappled with all of those things. So I was like, all right, I got to get the Wood Elf DLC because you know the Wood Elves, I'm gonna want to be able to play them for competitive, you know. And then I literally have not played a game. I could, even with my hands being bad. I know I could, because it's no more intensive than a single-player game is. Probably a little less because I'm so bad. I'm sure I would just lose my stuff real quick. Maybe one day I'll do it. Maybe one day I'll just like have a stream. It'll be called "I've Never Won a Game of Warhammer." I've said that before. We have a good old murdering, just like in the simulations, you know, getting some good damage with the trolls and the spikerolas, getting good damage with Grom, everybody else showing up just fine. Yeah, it's like, well, you know, I'm trying to make the Thunder Barge work. You're like, is it because the Thunder Barge takes care of a huge amount of your budget, so you only have to worry about 6 units? I'm currently trying to make the Thunder Barge work. Lizardman. See, the thing is that Lizardman is a bunch of skink play if you want to be good. No, I imagine I would play probably like Archie. Archie's real strong. Warriors of Chaos have the massive roster, and they don't have like ranged units to worry about exactly. You know, like you got your skirmishers and stuff, but like, because I would be like trying to take an artillery piece, and then it would just get demolished, right? Like you got to really know what you're doing to try to pull that off. Forget the dinosaurs. Oh yeah, you know, you gotta believe. Just like feral Carnos running up. All right. Do we take the money? I mean, I think so, on account of how we got to make some money. And if they move out, I mean, where are they gonna get? Like, nowhere, basically. Probably should have done that with their army, but it'll be strong enough, right? Yeah, I mean, they've got 12 goblins, and this is just a little damsel army. They don't even have like a real dude. This is for call, getting the stuff in. We are not upgrading any of the other places. Maybe we should, but I don't think we're going to. Ooh, this one. Oh, we can upgrade them even though the building's busted? Sweet. Alright, so first things first, getting rid of a couple of goblins because, you guessed it, Flappas! Now, Flappas are just like a regular one, only charge a little better, and they have Strider, which is So good. I think we drop a squig herd for another one because squigs are like fine, but you know, pump wagons. They do cost like 20% more, but Dark Hard reduced effective in multiplayer. You know, the full stack of them, no, but like I have seen winning builds that absolutely are like Malachi, a Thunder Barge, and a couple of gyrocopters to start out at the very beginning, and I've seen them win. You know, it takes a good player to be able to pull it off. But yeah, no, absolutely, I've totally seen 2 or 3 or 4 flyers going on, because in domination, you know, you're not there are like unit caps. You can only take like so many of whatever thing internally in the game, but you know, I've certainly seen people take some silly armies, and you know, sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. The thing about a spellcaster, though, is like we're still going to delay it to build up the goblins. Feels bad. We're going to do it anyway. And then we already get it, because you get it at level 6, down to size 10, bonus first large for goblin units, and 6 melee attack. It's so good. It's so good. It's magic. Alright, but now we have the gobos and that, and now we can either... See, that's right. So the pump wagons only get armor from this, you know. And the range and the missile strength for the missile cavalry and chariots is essentially irrelevant to me. So what we'll probably do... Even though, like, you know, getting the elite ones, we'll just get that eventually. We'll probably now swap to blue. You know, because Ironheart's super amazing, and then move to Lightning Strike, even though I said I wasn't going to get it. Now I'm just like, you know, if what we want to build our army out of doesn't really benefit that much from the red line, we've already got, you know, the best part of it. Because, of course, now we've got anti-large sword goblins and incredibly anti-large. 19 bonus first large. 19. Now, as you probably know, bonus first large applies both to attack and to weapon strength. That's how it works. So it's just so good. It takes them into being legitimately scary. Now, they don't have huge AP values, but they have 160 models in a unit, and at 42 effective weapon damage and 50 attack against, like, cavalry, they will demolish light and medium cavalry. And even a heavily armored unit is going to have a super bad time against these gobos. Have I tried the old world campaign out? About, you know, it's more that I've thought about it and just not ultimately done it. I think the interns would be fine. It does seem like it would be really cool. I think... Like, do they have Malachi on there good? Or I'm not sure. Because I'm like, if I could find like the right campaign that like spoke to how I wanted to play, you know, that would be nice. Yeah, because like that, I feel like that could be really cool. Yeah. It's like even... Yeah, I could, you know, you know me, I could play with Gotrek and Felix and friends for absolutely ages. All right, so here, Doom and Darkness, I think, is the way to go, because if you get it upgraded and then you get the spell intensity there eventually, Doom and Darkness is like a leadership bomb. Normally you wouldn't want it, but there are some situations where doing it would be like a good use of your wins. And because the other options are give yourself magical attacks, right, and terror, sure, fine, situational, okay. And Soul Blight, like, I want to be a guy who can use hexes. I'm not, like, buff spells are hard enough for me to think about doing anyway, but like saying I'm gonna make them worse at fighting, like who could do that? Even if it cost like 2, would you remember to do it? I wouldn't. Or the game against Kolek and Ostrogoth. Mid-game against Salem, aren't you? Oh, monstrous. She has the determined trait, which is like the best trait. Of course, she doesn't need immune to psychology. Well, she gets terror up here, so I guess it's fine until then. But massive leadership, so good. Hit points, you know, it's all very nice. So let's move on forward now. B2, I'm like, no, we can't recruit there. A couple of turns, we'll be able to get a River Troll Hag in here. Oh, we can call a Wa. We've been fighting it up. Who is insulting me now?
The boisterous and belligerent brother gods of the Greenskins.
Is there anyone even strong enough to pick a fight with?
Calling one in either of their names will bring their favor. Be it brutally cunning or cunningly.
The cunningly brutal. Much of a pain sale is to kill off secondary army too. Yeah, you know, he's real scary, and if they just give him his special abilities in the tree, he's gonna be it's real ugly. And even like his Nightmaw ability, it's pretty good, and it's very like short range, so he's probably gonna kill a bunch of stuff with it. Good AP values on a thing like that. Alright, so like, I feel like we don't even want to call a Wa against any of these fools. Because we want to find 1 to 10 for the biggest one. And if we don't have one from like 11 to 30, do we even want to use the Wa at all? Oh, that's what that other 10 leadership came from. I'm like, I thought the Wa looked a little too much. I guess we could just do the first one, you know, and then worry about the other ones later. We could just do it to Reikland. We could just go and burn them down, you know. We'll do it next turn. Like, we're gonna get Glorious Charge because... Are we, though? And, like, we eventually want to go... Oh, this is... Oh, you've got to go all the way to here to get to the cool stuff over here. Got it. Well, in that case, we're just gonna go straight up that way. No, we'll go here. Worry about it later. He'll kill half of his army to start every battle. Yeah. I guess that's something you could do.
It is forbidden.
Okay, so we need to do the Kadawa because then we get Lucky Banner, which is indeed very lucky, right? Like, popping a 40% ward save, like, you get to be so aggressive with Grom. You get to play him just like the Wa intended. Oh, Orion? What's up, old buddy, old pal? What are you doing so far from home? Do you want us to burn down a tree? In my lands, buddy? Guess we could use the Wa for these fools. Their strength rank 25. That would get us in the 10 to 30 bracket. Which give us, like, so the thing is if you get the really good ones, then you can get Lava or Rock Spider, my beloved. It's just what it sounds like. It's the best. But if you have the bigger trophy, you can get the Feral Wyvern, meh. The Armored Squig Hoppers, yeah, pretty good. But Lava Spider Rider Archers are pretty good. They get the bonus first large attacks because of Grob's army. Not because they have them, but... Because the thing, it's like, if you can't get the best trophy, it feels like you shouldn't even call the Wa unless you need it. But we could just do it to burn it down. It's hell, like a muffin. We could just do it, of course, just to burn it down, because that's good enough. If we move in here, he's gonna help us. Okay, Alright, yeah, obviously we're not auto-resolving this, because this is very funny. Good news, guys. Orion has come out of the forest to fight against the French. He has seen fit to throw in his lot with me, Grom the Paunch. Represented, of course, by Buzz Robed Butt. Never trust an elf. Oh, Tybalt Beast Slayer, you've really made a mistake here, buddy. And this is what it's all about. You know, this is why we play Warhammer. To drastically outmatch the foe and make some elves team up with some orcs. Because even in this fantasy world, everybody hates the French. I don't. I think the French are excellent. It's just a meme. Some of my best books are written by French people. A pretty large amount of my ancestors were from there. Whenever I talk about how no one knows how to say French words right, it's because I live in a state named for a French word, and no one can say it right. And it looks like we're not going to even get to show up. He's taking all the glory. Too German to not dunk on the French. Yeah, my dunking on the French, such as it is, comes really from, like, you know, the Brit side of the family. But my ancestors are, you know, the general Western, Central, Southern European mongrels, you know, Italian and English and French and Swedes and all that kind of thing, you know. And due to my significant and lifelong affinity for Russian literature specifically, I always wanted, like, to discover some family lineage there, but there is none. My mother is very, very into that kind of thing. She would have found it. I was always like, what about Russia? She's like, nope. I just really like their books. You know, and their music, but really the books. But yes, everyone who could have a problem with the French. It's like, you see, from being from everywhere in Europe and having a knowledge of history, that's why you, like, as I probably remarked before, There are certain like very low effort jokes that I don't like. I don't think they're very funny. Like the joke that some ignorant Americans have, and maybe some non-ignorant ones do. I don't know why I tell you know the one about like the French not being good at war, and I'm like, do you want to like check a book? Do you want to like talk about Austerlitz? Like, do you want to like have you heard of Napoleon? Like, do you think they had to have Franco-Prussian wars because France wasn't good at fighting? Like, sure they didn't do great in those. Not the point. It's like I would consider France's military record on par with or better than everyone else's in world history in the time periods that you're caring about, right? Like France did super well for themselves. They have literally Napoleon. You know, they got a general on the short list of greatest commanders ever. I mean, like, how much are you trying to get? You curse yourself to make the same dumb joke until someone left. The other day at work, a dumb pun occurred to me, and I don't normally like puns, like, at all, but I remembered that this guy I work with, this buddy of mine, had told me a real groaner in the past, and then I said to myself, you know, it'd be pretty funny. You should just start telling him this pun, and then all the other dumb ones that come from it. And then, oh man, I was on fire. It was terrible. It was a bunch of egg puns, and then, like a week later, I pretended to apologize to him, and I wove in a final pun. And then I just looked at him, I was like, yeah, you bring your groaning puns to me again, you see what happens. I get enough of that at home, I gotta get it here. You know, like a normal person, just normal stuff. We get a rock lava. I love this army already. It's gonna be so good. It's a little archer heavy. I mean, 6 is, I mean, it's fine though. We do not have access to more heroes yet. I think what I want to do is, yeah, we're just going to buy a shaman hut. We're going to get those 2 heroes, and then we're going to crack it down again. And we're going to hope they never die. Seems fine. You don't have to maintain the space you get, you know, for those units. You just have to have it. Alright, so there's that. Orion's there. This guy is... Oh, this guy... Let's put some RSPCT on it. What we're talking about doing is jumping Durthu when he's not home. This guy, I failed to recognize his symbol. Alright, so Durthu... if we're going to be over here and we're going to fight him, we want to do it real quick before he gets big and tall. He's already an absolute terror. Do we really want to do a war against Durthu? Do we want to go into... He's not currently allied with anybody, though. It would get us a successful war. And, well, we need to do one to get this Phoenix Fire ammo anyway, right? Oh, the old stepladder joke. That's that must have been devastating for them. 3 months you did it. That's dedication to a bit, all right. Gordon Freeman. Stop. That's good stuff. All right, so do we reroll for anti-large? Because we don't really... Do we need the casualty rate? I mean, not right now we don't. We have the scrap to reroll it, so we need to... Yeah, let's just go ahead and do this. This will also get us the old Misty Mountain Broth, which, well, sundering attacks on Grom, what's not to love, and anti-large ammo. You know, so now it's, not that we have them here, but it's 6 bonus first large. Decent. Alright, so we can do the wall right now. Seems like it's wise. We're gonna declare a war against the Waterfall Palace here. Is this even their capital, or is it the other one? No, the Crag Halls, that's the Vidrioth guy whose flag I thought this was. Now, are we going to dedicate it to Mork or Gork? Well, let's see here. Now, some say that Gork is, you know, the best, and some say that Mork is the best. Some think that you should be cunning as well as brutal, and some, naturally, fall on the side more of brutal cunning. I think we'll go with with brutal cunning. And we'll just walk in, ransack the Gits, walk in right here. And if they want to move out, then we'll crunch them. Ooh, they got Dryads. Ooh, they got Dryads. Okay, that's actually fine, right? Because Grom can kill any amount of Dryads. Like, just any amount of Dryads. And, you know, Dryads aren't very good at killing Grom. They're good at killing goblins. We don't have to let them fight the goblins. And then we can just swarm the Glade Guard if they come out. If not, then we'll fight them on the inside where it'll be marginally easier to deal with it. Yeah. And here we just raise it and then we get the trophy like immediately and we'll feel very proud. And how do we get him to his next level? 4 recipes? That's gonna take forever! Alright. The thing is that, you know, Grom's Wa is gonna get put together, and then we won't really need to, like, even with just a little bit more into the army, right, we won't really need any more help to deal with this fight. Yeah, because this is just, yeah, this is a Spellweaver anyway. This isn't even like a fighter, right? Shadows, what's she gonna do? Melkoth's? Meh. I mean, it's fine. Yeah, because he would have went down there to pop them, and then it'd be a turn moving back up. Yep, you know, we caught him. Caught him away from home. Heyo, there we go. Just what we wanted. Because not only are they moving outside of their comfy towers, but we're still in our raiding camp, which gives us more melee defense. The terrain is beautiful and open, and now all we have to do is not get lit up by these Hagbane tips. What other multipliers do they have? Oh, it's just War Dancers, and it's just 1 unit of them. It is, you know, it's good in multiplayer. It's wins efficient, and it's like a really solid tool for dealing with like skirmishers. Situationally, you know, like, oh, they came up, they've got, you know, they're throwing axes or whatever, but if you Melkoth them and then throw like a dog unit on them, you'll be able to just delete it, you know, that kind of thing. Or, you know, you need to slow them down so that you can intercept them with another unit so that they can't get to a point in time. Slowing things which don't matter basically ever can be really good, you know, for that application. This is a great place to fight the Wood Elves. This is very nice. They're probably gonna make us, you know, wait and come to us. That's okay. The thing is, too, is like, as shielded holders of regeneration, we can wait like a pretty long time and not really be that afraid of them. Their reinforcements, you know, meh. Because we don't have perfect vigor, and that does sting, but not so much. Now, what we're doing here is very careless. Very careless. We probably shouldn't do it. They'll come to us, probably. We'll just wait a bit for the reinforcements to get here. I don't really relish tanking Grom's vigor by running them all the way across the map. If we have to go, maybe we'll all go. I think when their reinforcements get here, they'll come to us, though. But maybe because they'll interpret their overall range strength is higher, they won't. But in the event that they don't, we'll just poke up the Goblin Rock Lobber just a little closer. Does he get anti-large? They do get anti-large. Not on the missiles, just on the crew. So, you know, they can defend themselves a lot better. Good for them. Are they moving forward? Because just getting them to move forward at all is good enough. And if they just let us make contact, the AI is honor-bound to not let you shoot it with artillery forever. They'll let you do it for a super long time, though. No. You can only hit them for a bit. You know, they'll try to evade. It's funny with magic, because you'll be like, all right, is that enough? You know, did the magic hit them? You know, this makes me wish for fire arrows for real. We could burn down this whole desert around them. But yeah, you know, you get like a couple of volleys, and that's all there is. And now we're just going to back up a little bit. Reason being that we actually can get a lot of work out of those fellas as long as they don't end up immediately dead. And they do have quite a lot of archers, and I want to pull back such that their archers have to come down into the valley rather than us trying to run up the hill at them. They have 170 range, we have 140, which means right now, right about there would be the problem area. And from here, we can Grom party in the front, and then just start rolling through all of the Glade Guard in the back. And I think the spears are on the far flanks there, and then over there, there's only a few units of spears. And now right on time, baby, right at the bottom. And we're going to go this way through the Dryads. Because I was going to go on the archers, but actually I think going through the Dryads here is better. Because it'll make them very sad, and also we need to delay this advance. But wow, that's a lot of damage. 400 whole damages. We're going to keep on rolling. All the stuff over here is very far indeed away from the action. We're just going to back on here. The thing about Dryads, too, is they are very bad against trolls. Just atrocious. Atrocious. Oh, no, I did it. I did the thing. I'm sorry. I'll hang in my English vocabulary now. Look what I've done. Look how I massacred my boy. War dancers, oh my. I'm like, that is actually who we want to be hitting, isn't it? And we're just going to have a party here, here, and there. Trolls on the war dancers. We need to get them out. Like, no goblin needs to make contact with war dancers if we can avoid it. This squig herd is being very noble and sacrificing themselves, you know, for the greater good, I don't know if they knew it, but that is what was happening, so, you know, what nobility, you know. We need to get all of the flappy rollers in this direction. We need to get every chariot going here, here, and here, and Grom needs to continue pushing there. These guys. Alright, so the war dancers have been pushed off. These pump wagons having a party. We need to get these guys down the hill here because there were Oh, wow, look how far they were trying to take that flank. Oh, you poor fools. And that is how you have an embarrassment of riches. Our Orc Arrow Boy is getting absolutely dunked on here. Oh, my goodness. Well, we're going to overcast a Doom and Darkness on their archers. I don't think it worked. It was worth an idea. You know, it did put their leadership down some. They just hadn't been really alarmed at all before that point. Well, you know, it's about sending a message. Once these chariots show up, I think the spell's going to... Oh, it lasts for like 30 more seconds. You know, actually, it might work, right? Yeah, it worked. It's great. Good. Actually, very good. Marvelous. Wizard. We are having a spot of trouble here. We need to get the trolls in this way, this way, this way. Dryads fighting there. We need to come down the hill there. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. Gorgeous. Indeed, you know, because this is my idea of a great fight against the elves. Oh, look at all these fools in the back there. Have they been there all along? Irrelevant. Don't tell me, I don't want to know. We're just going to move these gobos up here. We need some help against these fools. You know, that wall will help. Yeah, baby, it will. The wall is active. We are up against the elves, and the elfin is good. Oh, this was the Wa army. That's why I didn't have them on my radar. Totally forgot they existed. That's faction mechanics. Yeah. They came out. They happily set themselves up in a stance where they probably won't even be able to recruit next turn. And, you know... Obviously, there's a number of archers where if it's played by a player, a good player can get something out of it. But if it's played by a computer, they're going to try to go so wide that you can just carve them, which is just what you see here. Our army avails itself perfectly. I love Grom the Punch. We still need to keep on fighting here. But because every unit we eliminate here is a unit we won't have to eliminate very slightly later. That's just logical. We'll leave the leader alive, of course. We don't want to see them replaced with an actually good hero, you know. Or, lord, rather. These Eternal Guard are not getting hit by anyone, somehow. But, of course, Grom is already healed all the way back up, ready for action. Like, if we move the goblins away, will the squigs be able to connect? Because, like, are they all stacked right here? Apparently. Yeah, so the Eternal Guard appear to have been stacked in one incredibly small place, and we're just sort of rolling in a circle. That's the sort of thing that happens when they're routing. It doesn't happen, like, in a battle. But, you know, living up to their name, good for them. A very Eternal Guard. A 130 kills on that Gobbo? My man, what a champ. I mean, that dude knew what was up. Where are all these other goblins at, right? You had the same stuff to hit they did out there. Pump wagons making me so happy. A couple trolls being a couple of trolls. Wish I had goblin arrow boys, but you get what you get. And we'll take the replenishment over the money, I think. No, no, because we're in the stance. We already have big replenishment. We'll take the money because we need money. Break the donut in the roller. It's like, well, burn it all down. And the merchants there in Aquitaine, which, if I can get a hero to go there... Yes. So, Frenzy's a pretty good ability, but we'll take Tough because I feel like that is better for him overall. And that guy's called Grom, and that's annoying. You can rename him, but you know. Yeah, so... And then Trallin bounced over there, which means we've already got the capital. And it also means that Durthu is going to show up at home and be like, hey guys, where is the tree? 3 dudes to kill, and Gambler's armor, a very good armor. Barnet. The Wa is successful. And we're going to take, ooh, Goblin Tide, and coming back, very nice. Goblin Tide, of course, even better goblins. Now every goblin has 10 melee attack from Grom's special things, and then another, 6 there. So, here, 41 melee attack, plus that bonus first large of 10 on a regular goblin. I mean, it's pretty good stuff. 45 armor, very good for a chaff unit, That old regen, it's just all happiness all the way down. And we're just trying to get over to Purple Sun here. Buna's fine. Buna's fine, but I'm more of a Purple Sun guy. I often find that whatever you could do with the Buna, you could do way more with the Purple Sun. I like to use my magic typically to churn through a bunch of problems and turn them into non-problems. Alright, great. Deleted. Wonderful, wonderful. And here we're just going to move up this way. We can move underneath or potentially even like intercept someone, right? And this will allow us to recruit a couple more units. Yeah, a couple more Flappas. Why not? There would never be a reason why not. I love them so much. 5 is a lot. We'll go with 4 total, because we're also going to get a couple more casters. A couple more casters for this army that already has a caster. Feels bad. We're doing it. We might just replace the guy in charge with somebody else. Anyway, we'll work on it. Yeah. Great. Very, very, very good. Everything is coming up roses. This is my idea of a good campaign, right? It's like, you don't even really need anything above tier 2. Tier 3 units, great. And if you ever get to tier 4, you can get a spider. You get them at 4, right? Please tell me it's 4. But, and I love the spiders. But, you can get the lava spider from the Wa, and the lava spider, well, it has a mortis engine. And now these people have gone to... Wait, do I need to have it raised at the end? I don't understand how it works. Oh no, do I need to keep on burning it down eventually? Well, Dirthu's about to get here, so... I guess we can just start burning down every other elf. I mean, we're already here, right? We're here right now. Alright, we need to move here. Yeah, we'll attack Daith, because we'll be fine, right? We'll encircle him. Now he's not going to be able to intercept Muzrub as he walks in underground here. And now he'll be able to show up, which means we won't have to do this battle. Haha! Look, there'll be plenty of time to mess with the tree later. And I guess we'll occupy it? Burn it down again? Burn it down again. Okay, now, okay. We get the trophy at the end of it. Do we get it? I don't know. I'm not sure, you know. We're just going to keep on burning it down, I guess, you know. If they're not going to let us burn it, we're going to keep burning it. His great immensity! And all of these are pretty good, but chariot racers, oh man. Perfect vigor for the pump wagons. And that just makes them menaces. Of course, they could still get hurt and stuff, but not so bad.
What you want?
Oh. The hero can give you that too? That is very clearly what we're getting. You know, I guess you can get a pretty cheap little goblin stack before too long, huh? Oh, and they share the cap there. Good. We're going to go ahead and demo the building on the grounds that that's what I'm doing. Now, Dirthu might come in and fight us right here. Dirthu is an absolutely bonkers dude, but he's only level 9. Does have Sword of Daith already. Not great. You know, Tree Man. Look, he's scary. I think that walking movement he maybe can't get here. If he does, then... Well, we have, like, both of the wall armies, so he's gonna have a miserable time. Oh, Franz, you want $840, you're going to declare war against me. You know, let's give them the money. Because we're going to, like, throw it physically at them, right? We're going to be, like, pelting them with gold as they leave. Like, oh, you want to come here for $10? Oh, you know, you'd recruit, like, 2 goblin units for that. It's not nothing, but...
Quest has been issued, mighty
A quest?
A great adventure.
Oh, because, like, you used to have to walk, like, forever far to do it. But now, of course, you can just teleport, which we'll do before too long. And, like, what happens here, right? You gotta... Yeah, because you start out, and then there's, like, some watery stuff, and then there's the central army, and then there's a reinforcing one from over there on the other side of it. And then after a little bit of that, the third reinforcements come in from the other side, and it's got a spider in that one. I remember. I remember. I definitely lose my artillery every time. Ooh, Talisman of Preservation reward for the tech. Very good. Man, getting eaten by the Replin, but I guess we're still in a red zone. Oh, so that's -15, which really holds us down. That's like counteracting the whole River Troll Hag ability, basically. Well, let's get another % in there then. Yeah. Because again, if he moves over here, we still have like all of the Wa armies, which now they have the abilities from the faction as well. Only, you know, they've got a bunch of orcs in them from time to time. Anyway, he got his boar, which is very good. Now he's going to be significantly better at doing things. That's just faster. We don't need that. Alright, do we get another hero? Like, go for like a Black Orc Big Boss? We only take a couple of turns, and a Black Orc Big Boss is a great character. Gives you that mobile armor piercing that you sort of want. Yeah, alright. Nice. Sermdruth is just gonna walk over here and fight us, and then, you know, and then we'll deal with it. Alright. Oh, pufferfish. Sweet. See why we balk at the comes bribes. Indeed. And you know me, I hate to pay a bribe. Yeah, it's so much... it's so funny when the game does a thing like that, right? Where it's like... $4 grand. Okay, 4. Obviously, 4 would be some money. But, you know... Heyo, and we get that. We get a recipe for the book. And now we need to sack a bunch of high elf places to learn a little more, you know. Well, you don't have to twist my arm about it. Because I want to say the pufferfish is notable for being, like, annoying to get. I don't even remember what you have to do to get it. But I remember that it's, like, sort of annoying to do. Whether or not that's true anymore. Maybe it used to be more difficult. I don't know. But... It's just like, well, we've already gotten a lot of the really good things. We just need to, yeah, we need to start getting more of the merchant's challenges when we talk to her so that we can hopefully unlock another item. Whoops. Huh. Yes, I tried to wound the guy. I meant to try to go into this army, but you know. Alright. Decent scrap. What we want to do now is... we can continue fighting the Wood Elves, I guess. I mean, Durthu's... that problem isn't going to go away. And at that point, we might as well wrap up the rest of them and beat them, right? I mean, might as well. We're already here.
Glade Lord, at your service.
Oh, well, we moved him a little out of place. I didn't realize Grom... oh, because we burned it down with his army. I'm like, why can't he move at all? We were right there. Because we burned it down. Alright, so post-battle loot and all that. That's pretty good. You know, that's just better, though. Growth everywhere is growth somewhere, or whatever. Exactly. I saw, like, this store had some store brand candy bars that you could get for $1 at the register the other day, and I was like, oh, well, that's good, you know, because I buy snacks and stuff, but I don't buy them by the register. I'm a gentleman. I know they charge you too much there, but I looked like a candy bar was something like $2, and like, at the risk of sounding like a very old person, back in my day, you could get a candy bar for 50 cents. So like, paying $1 for one like kind of stings, but like the notion of paying $2.30, like, get out of here. But even that would barely have paid that Imperial bribe. He should have demanded better. All right, so. Oh, we could do Lucky Banner. That gives them... oh, well, no. The Wagon Wheels is better, right? Because that gives you the charge bonus. The word save and the melee attack is like something, but yeah, that's... yeah, you know, let's get us a little Wagon Wheel here. Let's, oh, and the roller one gets another thing there so you can get more armor. Pretty good, but let's get that. And a nice little speed bonus, too, huh? Oh, yeah. Takes you up to 89, which is very quick. And for perfect vigor on those Strider pump wagons, that's going to be a menace. Oh, right. We can mass to it, can't we? Yeah. And we're going to throw it on all of those guys, too, because we're certainly going to need it if Durthu attacks him. I mean, sure, he's got himself, and he's got the wall, but, dude, Durthu, I don't love fighting him without Grom, but, you know, we'll see how it goes. I think we're about to get popped by the Master Necromancer here of the Barrow Legion. You really can't trust that guy. This army I don't love, but if we fight him right, we can use the chariots to pop all of them and then hope to use the anti-large ammo to pick him off eventually. I mean, it doesn't sound great. We might be able to run away. Name him Henry Cavill. That's a very great name. We should certainly call him that. Henry Cavill the Necromancer. Alright, All right. Let's see if this army gets to live. Now we just need a deep enough firing line where everybody can sure to do through. He's only got 13,000 hit points. No, it's too far forward. He'll come to us or we'll wait for the wall to get here. He's trying to make a Kaiba's game. Oh, I hope so. Wouldn't that be the best? Trickster Shard hitting on me, and of course there's all this other nonsense coming, but we're just going to run this way, back up that way. We gotta get... all of this. Because right now they are moving all of their archers insanely forward. We're just going to try to jump on this. Because their dryads are entirely behind. They don't have spears to speak of at all. And we might be able to do just a crushing amount of damage here. Because we've got Strider. We're going to take a lot of... oh, wow. Just so much damage. But... you know, that's only on one of them, and that's the volley from all of them. They might break one of them, but look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh, there we go. There. That's the right of the Valkyries, all right. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Oh, get out of town. That is so good. It was worth the damage that some of them took. That Strider, that big damage, that charge. Oh, the glory, the beauty, the pageantry. Oh, it feels so good. And now they are torn up. They are ripped into little pieces, and now we can bounce out a little bit. Trying to get out of the center. I said out of the center. We'll be able to carve up these dryads on the side here. No, 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 that's forward. We don't want to run forward. Need to keep on, of course, with the attacks at the front. We can't just give it up. But dryads are the preferred target for an army like this, so it's nice to see them here. An army like this, I mean, for spiky rollers. Because the dryads mean they are in spears, and that means we can pretty much with impunity run around until, well, Mr. You're not acting with impunity anymore himself shows up. His name's Dirthude. Nice to meet him. But we might be able to army loss him. Is he unbreakable? Not yet. But we very carelessly get our spiky rollas involved. There, the tree can. Yeah, we... certainly, that could have gone better. But, importantly, we're going to have some of our chariots left online, right? Right? Yeah. Some of them. That initial micro choice by the enemy really helped us out a lot. All right, we've got... I'm like, oh, he shouldn't be fighting these guys. He shouldn't be fighting at all. Okay, that's bad. The good news is we're chipping down dirt through a little bit. The bad news is he's just used Sword of Daith and he is melting everything here. I mean, everything here. Oh, and there's still the tree man that we aren't doing anything against. Time to call the wall! Alright, the problem is now, of course... the Durthu is having a party at our expense, as he is always doing. Of course, the only good thing here is that he can't flank us with anything. He doesn't have anything fast to get around at all of us. He does, however, have 8,000 hit points still. Oh, man. Oh, man. Okay. Terrible. We are crumbling in the center. The Dryads are rolling up over absolutely everything, because of course they are. And he's stuck with the trunk, with the tree men and all of that. Terrible. We didn't cast a single spell, and our hero is a spellcaster. Alright, looks like we're losing the fight. Probably losing the battle. Feels bad, you know. We could have done it. We definitely had an army that could have done it, but just very bad positioning, bad choices. Getting the initial chariots just caught out and thrown away after that amazing initial pick. Just bad, you know. What are you gonna do? They're through at 5,000 hit points, and, you know, it's not there's nothing that can kill him. Because he is just going to run over everything. Our stuff comes back, but in a way that doesn't help, right? And then we just run right back into them, and army losses. I mean, I moved so far forward with my bad army. I don't know why I thought it was Grom's army. Because Grom would have been a force that could have pushed through all of those Dryads once I blundered the Rolas, which, you know, just terrible. Just very bad play. You know, what are you gonna do? Yeah, it just, you know, you hate to get a guy to, like, level 6, and then he's just dead. And you're like, well, I guess I only liked him because he was cheap. Yeah. It's mainly that, like, this was all, like, so clumsy and greedy and ill thought out. Like, coming in for Waterfall Palace, great. And then feeling like I was going to lose the wall maybe and not understanding that I already had it. Not ideal. And then moving forward for no benefit with a totally beat up army against a guy who I know is named Durthu. Like, it's not like I don't know who Durthu is. Like, that's just bad choices, you know? Like, it's just so bad choices. And then you basically just have to have a hero to run around and talk to the hag, who does show up pleasantly frequently, right? You wouldn't want to wait too long. This is like the 3rd time we've seen her, so maybe you see her every 5 turns or so, I'm not sure.
Ale and meat, the feast of kings.
Flash Bomb is pretty sick when you have Grom. I don't think we have to have it. I think we already have it. Because I think if you... capture it, then you have to hold on to it till the end. But I think if you just burn it down, then it just, like, counts it. I think. If not, we'll come back in 15 turns. Because otherwise, the thing that says your wall is successful would be lying to you, and they wouldn't do that. Would they? They would. Right, so now these guys will have, like, friggin' silver shields whenever their AP is fine. Yeah, 30%, yeah. Hooray! So we've dodged extra wars now, which means, I mean, we're fine. We'll be able to put this other army together. You can trust the tooltip. It said it, right? It said it. They wouldn't just write it down. You think they're just going to tell lies?
No one can stop Grom. Madness. Into the rocks. Chariots rolling out.
I'm special. What you want? On it.
Ectoplasm. Oh, that one's that's the one that you can only get from, like, beating a ghostly unit, which isn't too hard to do with the guys we have around. Why don't we take the cooking challenge and see if we can do it? Me loves a good pie, any kind of pie. I don't think we know how to make a pie. Yeah, because that's this one. I don't... Well, we can try to make a red and a green one here, maybe? I don't know. Wyvern stew. Fish burgers. Skewers. Yeah, I don't think we can make the pie. That is too bad. Am I yelling to make the pie? Yeah, probably. Well, have we got a high enough level for... No, is it... 16, yeah. It's like at 16 we can recruit this regiment renown and then we'll get one, which, what an easy way to fulfill a requirement, right? And giving all your trolls a bonus first large and ITP, pretty good. And burnt imbuement. I mean, it's all pretty good. Santiago, yeah. The Bugman's Ribs is pretty nice. But it competes. You know, because Dulled Senses is good, but when you have spiders and you get this, then you get 5 units of summons, you know. Alright, what do we have here? We have the need for more points. Alright, no, we'll just keep on leveling her Purple Sun. That's the most important thing.
Warlord Eternal.
Oh yeah, just roll up there and hit him. Yeah, good call. Otherwise, the nearest dwarf would be relatively far away. We might have to go to the other side of the Wood Elf lands.
Nothing you can say is gonna...
She declared war against me. Now I'm hurt. I'm shocked and surprised and hurt.
Better than any. Gonna rip you dicks in a shape. Worship Grom.
Alright, so Durthu's there, which doesn't make him harmless or anything, but it does make him, like, kind of away from home, and it will be impossible to catch him. But I think he's not actually friends with any of these people. Yeah, he's not. So he's gonna have to go home to Carrick Norn to lick his bark. So I think we come down here and crack the Fey Enchantress because she only has 3 places to be. And I'm not afraid of her at all. I mean, she's got, you know, like a Mortis effect and the Chalice of Potions, and I'm not afraid of her, though. We've got our Wa with us. What the heck? Oh, I'm like, huh? That's just what she looks like in the mirror before she does the little hand wave in front of her face. It's like, where was she even at that she thought she was supposed to fight me? Guess she just heard rumors, you know? So he comes back over here again. They wound the boss. So Durthu, if he attacks here, he wins, sure.
As you get sworn, don't get more clumps and dags. I wanna see nothing left. Orc Slayer.
We're just gonna burn that down. And then if he takes this, then we'll be able to move there. And if he moves over here, I don't think he can. I don't think the auto resolve will give it to him, right? That's what I think. I don't think that the auto resolve will let him have this victory over, you know, 20 dudes plus a wall. That's a couple of big uns and trolls. I just think we'll be fine there. The quarry, it's got growth and stuff. I feel like we should just take this to get access to trolls and another troll for the other army.
Grom knows the score.
Oh, and then we could get the Goblin Great Shaman that's special, who of course is just the coolest. He's great for spiders. What you want with him is to get the Lava Spider Rider. Lava Spider Rider. Spider Rider. Spider Rider is one of the most fun spider rhymes to say. Of course, we know Spider Cider is the best one because that's the Man Man song. And as we all know, Man Man is a great band. And if we don't know that, well, I know it, and you should know it too. It's Man Space Man, not all one word. Plus the Forest Goblin hero would be nice. How do we get that hero? Recruit spiders, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, let's just get them a little cheaper, I guess. Spider Claw is fine, but like if we're not ready to recruit him right now, why spend it? But why not just get him into the pool right now, and then we can swap the other guy later? Yeah, we'll do that. Roll him over is so good. Rattled is crazy, right? Like, what a good contact effect. And then, of course, with 50% charge bonus, his charge bonus goes to 140, which is pretty great. Look, some chariots are charioter than others, and his chariot is pretty good. Alright, Night Goblin Shamans don't get a squig or anything, so they are just out there trying to have a time of it.
Sneaky plan. Yes, boss. The tribe's ready. I'll stop them.
Run the fat.
Like, Durthu has 1200 HP. That is way more HP than he would need to do this. Yeah, that's better than I would have done. But he has to take it, which means we'll catch him. And that is how to catch a tree. Talisman of Preservation. I think the 10% ward save is worth the battle healing cap. Especially because at this point in the game, you rarely get to the healing cap. That leaves us a couple things to put other places. Very nice, very nice. We'll just go ahead and keep on putting that armor on folk.
I bring curse.
Oh, we can't get there in time. Well, what was she doing? What was she doing in there? How's she trying to mess with us in there? Is she at war with any of the elves? Nah. All right, that's funny. Okay.
Wants me.
We tried to block his army. Didn't work. You know, it was an idea. They were out looking in the trees, you know, having a little time. Just not a care in the world. Maybe should have had like one care in the world, maybe. It's like, no, we can't get fanatics yet. We need to recruit one for the army when that gets here. But, I mean, why not a couple of the nasty skulkers? After all, I mean, is there anything... They're better in, you know, Grom's army, because you can give them any large. We could do like a Night Goblin Archer, like one for some poison in the army.
From the porch. Divine belly.
Fine.
Right, but he has the Arachnarok ability himself, so there's already that. Yes. Arachnic Spider Claw.
Magic's ready. Anything you say.
And, you know, eventually you get the Arachnarok. This thing gives you poison attacks, which I guess would be relevant for a few levels. It just seems very silly. And he doesn't really juice spiders really that much. I would say one of the best things here is just like, you know, the melee attack and the charge bonus, honestly. Because it turns... Because spider riders perversely have kind of a low charge bonus. You would think that giant spiders would be very good when they charge things, but that's not true. But he does have Goblin Tide as well, which lets you get some of that. I didn't realize that all the Gobbos could get that. But anyway, he's here now. Caster, don't even try it, eventually gets a spider. All we gotta do is keep him alive for a little while. Hey, Neo! Happy birthday! Ragnarok makes spells cheaper. Yeah, you know, that's just what they needed. The coolest mount in the game. No, I love the spider. I love the spider. It's, you know, because, like, I guess lizardmen casters get, like, a stegodon, right? And that's pretty sweet for a caster, but, you know, most casters don't get amazing mounts. 7 immortality? You would think he would. He would have it natively. And it wouldn't show in the tree. Yeah, because he's a legendary character. Yeah, it's part of the spider claw trait. Okay, there it is. Alright, what do we get here? That's so far to get that 32 turns. But I guess it's the thing to do, right? You know, if we want to... The longest while. Strongest while. Primal rage form. Oh yeah, that's good. Improved rewards for each successful one. Not sure what that entails. Sounds cool. Oh yeah, I guess we'll just go to there because global recruitment is the future. Alright, that's the longest sitting out of the intern ever. Not really. I've definitely talked for like 30 minutes straight at an intern. I might have done it there for all I know. Elspeth? 1,000? Jang Hunter's out here dreams out for sure. Scrap upgrades, and then you know you juice up the recipe and make them even quicker. Well, if she goes to war with us, I mean, what's she gonna do? Hoof it? Because this army can beat Durthu, right? He's still super beat up. Critical failure. He got wounded. That dude is the worst agent ever. And here we're just gonna sack it so that we can move through it. New ingredient? How? Doesn't matter. Oh, maybe the hag got to level 15. Yep, that's what happened. Okay. I remember now. We'll take the shakedown because money is good. Like, man, that blue line, we really got off of that train, didn't we?
Little war ready.
The greater. The Goblin King.
Now.
Slidemizer. Yeah, you know, some guys are real good at doing your assassinates, and some make you feel like those moves don't even work. Oh no. Oh, at least she's on the map. That's Ariel. I saw her name and I was like, oh no, we need to run. Ariel. Oh, what a lady, right? Like, what a lady. Guess I'm more scared of her in my hands than I am of in the computers. Is she just level 1 right now? Yeah, she's just level 1 right now. Alright, the bad news is that Durthu got away. The good news is we're gonna go pop him. We're going to run Speed Ray Claw this way, and he gets there just in time. And the Fey Enchantress can't get away. That guy has a ton of light cav that's so obnoxious. We'll be alright. I'm like, wait, we can't get Gobbo Spears here? That's okay. Do we want like a couple biggins for the smash? Yeah, you know, why not? Because they're expensive? That's why not. Regular goblins. We'll do like one big one. And we throw them in there, and then here we'll pick up the ROR pump wagon. Yeah. For more charioting. We have too many regular goblins. That feels bad. But when are we going to get the opportunity to swap them to spears? These are questions.
From the poles. Make 'em dead.
We'll just put the Wall Army on AI control because they literally can't do anything wrong here. Alright. This dude flying yet? 105 speed. Yeah, he's definitely flying yet. She's got the mirror, but not Chalice? No, Chalice is an ability. Maybe she shouldn't have it. Well, let's see. Alright, Grail Guardians, that's the worry, right? These are some of the best dudes in the game. They're real good. However, we've got some tool. Oh, got a choke point battle. Huh. All right. You know, they've got trebuchets, but so do I. And you know who loves a choke point? This looks like the quest battle for Tamarkon almost. Only it's not outside of you know. Not known. He is indeed on his Pegasus. The thing about Blessed Trebuchets is they're not like amazing. You know, they're trebs. They do magic damage. That's good. They don't hit their own troops at all. That's very good. But, you know, it's still not like the craziest thing in the whole world. And while we've got our trebuchets, you know, just like having a party going through trees, it would be worse if we tried to direct them somewhere. Would it? Maybe if we tried to direct them there, that would be good. Because, like, if we just stick, like, one shot in the middle here, we got to figure that it's going to hit everybody. Yeah, there we go. It hit everybody. There we go. Sometimes you want to let your artillery do its own thing because you're so bad at the game. But sometimes you want to let it try to work, too. All right, so... we just want to pull back here. We don't want to extend in and let the Grail Guardians surround anybody important and beat them down. We do want to do a Purple Sun right here. And hopefully it's going to... well, that was clumsy. Hopefully it's going to pull in a bunch of people and hit them anyway. It is. It works. Start working on the Fey Enchantress. Start getting away from her. She's probably got her Mortis online already. I forget if she like comes out of the box with it, but she's got to get it like super early in the game. If she doesn't always have it, I don't remember. And now we're going to drop a summon in the middle here. And drop a Purple Sun right here. Could be a better spot for it. Oh, we canceled the summon. That's okay. The Purple Sun takes a bad turn, but, you know, works out. And then I think these guys fleeing are going to go into it and take a little bit of damage there. So there's that. The Grail Guardians are doing a great job of waiting in the back. But these pump wagons are about to get jumped by it, but you know, they're overly cautious mean here. It does not work out for them. And we get, you know, the Dream, which is a choke point battle where you have vortex magic. And now we have two large guys fighting an anti-large hero. He's not like an amazing anti-large hero. It's still just like not a good matchup for us, though. Like, where are trolls? They would be excellent here. He's anti-large, but trolls are like anti-anything, you know. And Louis de Miller, Louis the Miller, he's having a bad time. And these Grail Guardians are in Lance formation. Their max times acceleration is 30% more for each one. And you know what that means. That's right. They're running away. A very powerful and forceful retreat. They should be proud. Like, oh, she's just like draining down. Her Mortis is online and she is deleting things, but that's okay. We're just gonna keep on getting beaten by the Mortis engine. Yeah. Missed to the lady. Yeah, it's always on. It's a baby Mortis, right? 8 to 16 and the negative effect, but yeah. I should not have ignored her for so long. I know perfectly well what the Fey Enchantress does. So unused to seeing her on a horse, although, you know, you see it sometimes. I never put her on a horse whenever I run her. Because I'm like, you know what would be better than mobility? Not getting stuck in spears, you know. You just put her on foot and put her in a block of your Great Bretonian infantry, you know, ironically. And have a great time.
Swap 'em for something useful.
And 10% casualty replenishment rate. The best of the best. I used to, like, I would hunt down the Fey Enchantress to try to get it. There, you know, back in the day, that was a trait that I really coveted. There was a lot less replenishment in the game once upon a time. But the best trait, of course, was what Isabella used to have, because Isabella used to give you regeneration when you killed her. And, yeah. I don't know what it is now. They changed it a while back, though. Alright, so one more level, and... oh, this one doesn't expire, I don't think, so we need a pie. But... we should get that one next time and be able to make a pie. And then, you know, get a third slot, which is just so good. It's so amazing to be able to throw another bonus thing on there. You know, this army's good, but if these goblins had spears, I mean, they are anti-large still, but, you know. They don't have charge defense versus large or the charge reflect, and... But I do worry because Dearth is going to be able to put an army back together in like a turn. However, he won't have like good units, right? Because he doesn't have a tree at all. So there is that. He's going to be limited to the army he already has, and then like the Dryads and Glade Guard he can get. Which, I mean, good news. That's enough to make me miserable. But all right, so okay, so it's like that. We've got an absolute Zound of Yeoman. A lord with 5 units of eggs and a couple of vindictive Glarecasters. Well, You know, it says we're going to lose, but I just have to think that with 6 units of regenerating goblins and functionally them having just a bunch of light cav, we'll be okay. We'll just keep these guys like back in deep reserve here. We're just gonna glare and see what happens, right? We're just gonna send out these hatchlings and see what happens. Just gonna let a lot of these mounted archers run into me, I guess. Well, yeah, because if we charge after the archers, then you know that's the whole thing with skirmishers, right? You charge into them, then you lose your charge defense. Oh, they have a big old wing of guys going around in that direction. That's not good. Really wheeling around. However, the good news is that these yeomen are going to crumble like, you know, a nice sack of potatoes and or paper whenever the potatoes have gotten a little dull with age and wet. And run away, run away. There we go. We're so brave. We're just going to charge in right here because that's what's hot on the streets. We're going to get another spider unit here and here. Have they gotten around the back yet? I mean, not really. A little bit. Knights of the Realm. That's why we have our nasty skulkers in the rear for when they pull in that way, and we'll be able to get back onto them, I hope. Yeah, and then we'll, oh my god, there's no one here that's friendly. We'll give those goblins a little bit of a buff. I think our guys are alright, though, because their dudes are such chumps here in the melee. Yeah, Nasty Skulker's doing wonderful there. Absolutely ripped up them, and then we just need to keep on getting them as they pierce in there. Knights of the Realm. Of course, they can't be totally eliminated that easily, but they can be rather eliminated rather easily. We get another summon here. Man, I wish I had better magic, but that's alright. We are doing fine. And there's the wall. We're just going to charge in here. If we can get these gobos down the hill into these yeomen with the wall active, we're going to be doing real good here whenever we're fighting and fighting and fighting. Yep, and then all those flanks are toast, and it's all over but the shouting and the self-congratulations. Beautiful. And they tried to go over in this direction, and then they'll have to run away, you know, due to our superior dudes being around. Arachnic Spiderclaw just like running around on foot. What a champion. Just goes to show how good spider summons are. probably not the real takeaway here. Probably the takeaway is don't get Night Goblin Shamans. They're fine if they're the Lords because they get spiders. But a Brain Burst still would have been better there, wouldn't it? Is she unbreakable? She is unbreakable. René Le Cornet. Le Cornet. Like, somebody beat her. Come on now. Stab her. She's got 63 HP. There we go. I remember when the pump wagons came out and, like, they were straight, like, banned in the community of PvP for a little while because they were just, like, so wildly good. They're still very good. But you don't see them as much in PvP anymore because they've been rebalanced for some of the stuff there, but they were crazy. You know, there's a lot of that in the game cycles of PvP. They'll release something and, like, it's just too good. Like Mangler Squigs before they got nerfed. Right now it's like the Bloodrat Chimera, because it's a Chimera, but it also, like, has healing, and anyway, it's just too good. Anytime you see it in a game, you're like, this is not a sanctioned tournament game, and also, this is gonna go bad for him. Alright, do we take the replenishment? No, because he's fine. He's, like, at home, right? He's nice and safe. And Durthu went over this way because I guess he wants to take, like, Castle Baston.
Now they'll sing. Fine. Don't push me.
I will not stray there.
Time to learn from the best.
Why aren't we replenishing? Does she stop you from it?
Despair. I cannot shake this fortune.
You are no friend of the lady.
I think because his army can take care of itself, because Durthu's army up here is nothing. We'll just finish here because she's only got a couple of places, and we'll just finish burning them down. This guy's in March, which means he has nowhere to go. Sweet bear.
Goblin King never loses. These kids are a waste of space. Unkillable Grom. Chop 'em up. Grab it for Grom. Whole world's gonna be Groms.
Now.
Alright, Swamp Thing's there, and now we can make... No, that's the pizza. The quiche is the quiche a pie? The quiche is a kind of pie. Hooray! It is a kind of pie. Which terror, fine. Vindictive glare, fine. It's okay. It's just not inspiring. Plus, I gotta get my, you gotta get your troll meat on. Alright, the primary thing is how you determine the big bonuses and then all the other effects you get there. Unless it's like a secret one, which I don't know how to do.
Very meat. Give me a vat of it.
But really, we should just be, like, doing recipes all the time. Like anything we haven't done, we should just do it over and over. Oh, yeah, we can't, we'll do it next turn, we gotta turn through them. But now we've got more capacity for big bosses, well that's good. You know what they always do, lose. No, the Goblin Big Boss is actually one of the best heroes in the game on the map. Not in an army, but on the map.
What you want?
They are super good, they've got Cleanse Corruption natively, which can be like, okay. They have Assassinate, which very good. And while you can get, like, look, even on the giant spider, that's a giant spider. That's not an Arachnarok spider, right? So it's just like, they're fine. But I often find that they don't quite give you what you need. But maybe, you bring one and you get, dig in or, snipe. Maybe there's a use for them somewhere out there. I wish maybe if they could be like on a chariot, but
Hawk wants me. This magic is real. Now's the time.
so upside down a little bit on money, but we've got many turns before it becomes an actual problem. We're not going to be making a lot of money doing whatever we're doing here. Is he about to jump us? No, he wants a non-aggression pact. Ickett Claw, you want to be friends? Very well, I accept. Rats don't make good eating, everybody knows that. Hey, we blocked their army. Hooray. We're just, just being very troll. And we'll be able to move to that hag area next. And right now, rather than... Because our army plus WoW army will deal with this army. I don't even know what's in it. But yeah, oh yeah, just another big old mountain yeoman army. So we'll just move down here, which I guess they both have the same ability to be worth anything, but this is Chaos Corrupted? Sure. Oh, from the Herd Stone from the Beastmen. I was trying to think of how they could have even been there that early, but that is how. Oh yeah, we gotta cook a thing. Oh, we could have cooked a third thing, but you know.
Nasty magic's ready.
The greater.
Strange sounds there.
Getting me belly.
Looks like we're forming compact here. Nah, he's I mean, I honestly wouldn't have any problem with vampires as neighbors. I just don't believe he would attack me if we didn't sign the treaty, and that means I don't need to align myself with him. We'll take the control.
Floated and unstoppable.
Curse him.
We do another cooking challenge. Something with fishy chunks. A dish, what needs 3 things in it, and then we can get to Cauldron of Kings. Alright, so. Fishy chunks, that is the skewer ones, I think. And with 3 things in it. No, I don't think that did it. Well, there's lots of different ways to have fishy chunks, I guess. Maybe it needs to be one of the 3 panel things that has it. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Anything you say. That works. Boss? I serve. Box says what? I serve.
Is Dirthu just like going up there because this is just like a little bit too much roughness? Poor lost tree. Really feel for him in that sort of insincere way when I'm not gonna, you know, help him, and I'll laugh at him, but you know, I feel for him.
I'll fix it.
Born for war.
Oh, yes. Me.
And in just a couple of turns, the wall is going to be completed. Now, hopefully we would have done enough damage through this, because you can, like, I think you can stack, you know, wah points in the background. But sometimes you can be, you know, out in the middle of something and think you're safe, because, you know, you got your whole secondary army on you.
As you get swore.
And then suddenly it's gone.
The tribe's ready. The spell's a charge.
I'm like, it's a lot of money from sacking it. We'll just loot occupy. It saves it at level 2, so that's nice. We get a new ingredient. Maybe from taking a coastal settlement? I don't know. You know, I could read these things and then I wouldn't be so surprised when it happens. But alright, well now that is her taken care of.
More mushies for me.
Like, oh, because it had... I'm like, how does it have single target recruitment for trolls? Well, because you can get trolls here. That would be how. It's good, 2 units of trolls would be nice. Swamp Thing's awesome, you know, but another unit of regular trolls won't go amiss there. We can try another cooking thing. I'm like, can we move something there to make it different? Doesn't look like it. You know, I'm sure the pizza won't help, but we might as well make it because we haven't made it before. Oh, I forgot how to make it. You know, it's not what she ordered, but we're just gonna keep on making stuff that we haven't made, and that'll at least get us somewhere, right?
Down.
Yeah, Durthu is just like
They won't feel a thing, which is a pity.
just straight running through somewhere. You know, he can't decide what to do. Is he trying to like settle in this ruin? I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to trespass here, so he's taking the super long way around. He's got, you know, just Carrick Nornan probably. Oh yeah, he's got Grimhold as well. We can see that he has it. Well, you know, maybe Grom will be able to take care of that. Maybe. Do I not have another water bottle in here? Curious. Engelbert has run Durthu out of town, who's over here at Greenskins. He's like trying to find some dwarves to hit or something. Doesn't know what to do. Ariel's making everybody super miserable.
On it. This magic is real.
Alright, we burned it down so we can't use the port. Well, I guess we just take the slow route in. Icket Claw's over here. Why? Oh, to come and fight Telson, and probably also to set up shop in Carcassonne. Well, you know. Did we go to level 2 here? I mean, no. Goes against all of our beliefs.
What do you want? What do you want?
Imbuement with Discouraged. Pretty cool ability. Causes terror, -4 leadership. Decent little arcane item.
An impossible path.
And they ran into, you know, my amazing set of dudes there who dispatched the foe quite nicely. We're gonna run around and poke in there, you know, make them a little upset.
Guess what? Uh-oh, you're the boss.
You are not welcome in my court, yet here you are.
I'm like, who's got a good strength range? Oh, Sylvania with the 7. Now, Vlad is not my idea of an ideal target for the Greenskins, but that's a real high strength rating. That is attractive. This march might have been a little careless. I just wanted to move. I didn't think that the Wood Elves would have anybody bad there. You know, anybody that we would have big trouble dealing with. like, you know what, why don't we get a giant for it? Because it's super expensive, so what? You know, live a little. We already have Swamp Things River Trolls. Do we get another giant? I mean, live twice as much? Because the Stone Trolls are practically the cost of a giant, so, you know, why not have a big old beater of a guy to party with the gobos? How many goblins is that? 5, that's enough. And 2 nasty skulkers, 4, and yeah, I mean... we get the spiky rollers, and that's even better than the flowers. You lose Strider, but you get Unstoppable, and, you know, the Sundering. Certainly it's nice to have one of them around. Unstoppable just, you know, it makes you have better knockback and collisions and stuff. Those are the ones that Grom starts with in his army. He starts with a spiky roller. Of course, it's very orky to talk like ours are particularly difficult to say letters. It's very orky to do this. We failed to assassinate the guy, but you know, it's about sending a message, and hey, Bellacor's there. Not too surprising that with us really laying the hurt on Bretonnia, Bellacor was able to move in.
Grom knows to score. Time for a snack.
Oh, that's right. They do the explosive thing. And you charge in and do it, and then wears off. You do it again. Right. Alright. Do we want... Do we want to live this whole time with a couple of orc arrow boys that don't, you know, jive with any of the things that we're getting? Or are we going to bite the bullet and recruit him somewhere else? Alright, yeah, let's just... What? Oh, wow. 5 turns. Jeez. Right, because it's all yellow around here. It's only Massive Orc called it's green. Well, that makes it even better for me not to be building, you know, because that isn't good for us, you know. We wanna be where the people are, and by the people I mean the elves. Alright.
Gobbo Warlord.
I guess we haven't made the fishy shroom burgers yet. Alright, heavyweight war boss. 8 recipes. Now we just gotta cook more and more. Of course, that was not what we needed, but it was technically a thing. Fishy Breath is a wind ability, 3 uses, 0 AP. It does give him perfect vigor, of course, which is fine. And we get the Super Squigs from doing that, which is, you know, not good because all they do is blow up. I mean, it's funny because, you know, any unit in this game that does like a bloated corpse thing, like, it's funny. If you ever made it work, everybody would be proud of you. But, like, is it good? Probably not. Probably.
Best idea yet. Let's get scabby. Not doing it. Best idea yet.
Like, we've still got an eye on Durthu, right? Like, I don't know where he thinks he's going.
Big as an orc. You've done Grom wrong.
1,500? You want me to give you 1,500 fronts? That's outrageous. I'm not going to do that. 820, that was one thing. 1,500? No. Plus, it occurs to me, it would be convenient to sack all of his lands here in a second. It occurs to me.
Grom the fat.
So I think we'll just go all the way up here. The war is about to end.
That will do, boys. Giving it a rest first.
Like, when can we get the fanatics? AP Gloonies is at 20, okay. Do we have much scrap? 261 could be better.
Grom.
Upgrade the ROR for sure. We've got access to even more Goblin Big Bosses, which don't matter. Tortura. Well, ooh. Spell intensity, 10%. Worth 50% character experience gain. Yeah, awesome. Good. This army is going to have too many spellcasters that don't do anything, but we're going to spin off the Night Goblin Shaman to another army pretty soon, or just let him hang out somewhere. I feel like the Night Goblin Shaman was a poor choice just because I want to use that Lord everywhere, and that means you don't need that same, you know, lore of magic on the hero. It's not that good of a lore, right? I mean, it's fine, but it doesn't inspire me.
No,
And really, I guess we just sit there for another turn. Feels kind of bad. Yeah, I mean, I guess we just do it, though. And you know, that didn't get us the chunks either, but that is okay. Like, why don't I just Google it? Ghost Crab Royale, that's right. You gotta have the ectoplasm. And that's why you want to get that one, even though you don't care about it. I was like, why did I feel like the ectoplasm was desirable? Because it lets you make that thing. Alright, well, I guess we're going to find the first ethereal thing that we can and punch him in the face. We'll find one. Alright, the wall is about to be over. We're all trying to take out that one guy. You know, it might work. It could work. Alright, so we get Arwa. So we can get Lava Spider Rider Archers, which are okay, and which are units that you can just generate as soon as you can get a spider at all. We could just get a bunch of money and scrap. Yeah. We get our trophy, which gives us the lucky banner. And we get our Phoenix Claw ingredient and our Gobble Leg ingredient. But I don't think any of that is going to let us make another recipe. This is what a red and yellow we haven't done yet. Yeah, so we might as well do one of those just to get it into the list. Oh, cheesy shrooms for stock on Grom. Oh, and an explosion of healing. Huh. Well, those are all of the non-secret ones. for all the secret ones, you know, you do one of the combos, but then you do the third secret ingredient, and that makes it the special thing. But I don't know any of the other ones off the top of my head. Yeah, I bet the hard shell crab is the secret ingredient here, right? You know, you can sort of look at them a little bit and kind of tell, but not really. Anyway. So there's the Big Skinny's trophy. Research rate, ammo for all the armies, missile strength for all the armies. The heavyweight war boss is who we are now. You know, we've got 10 of the recipes. Lots of ingredients, and we are at the very bottom here. So I guess it doesn't save up too much of it. Drops you down most of the way.
It cannot come to pass.
Take from me, who gave me. On your way.
Yep, so basically you burn it down and then you can just leave. You don't need to worry about having the WA still active in your lands for that much longer, but so they took Waterfall Hall and didn't rebuild the capital, and they did that with Val's Anvil as well too, man. So we really messed up the Wood Elf power there by burning them down. They never even rebuilt the ruins. That's crazy. Alright, so now the WA is not on, which means all of these armies are much more dangerous to us than before. But it's still pretty inconvenient for them to get to us. I think what we want to do with Grom
Stray there.
is move like right here, and then we can intercept Durthu as he's trying to get home.
Can do.
Oh, yes.
Conqueror.
Yes, boss. Now you do it. Yeah.
And we get wounded trying to wound the hero. Ain't that the way it goes? And well, look, there's Elspeth's lands. Conspicuous. We can build a landmark there, really? The Nolden Grand Prix. Oh, right. The Grand Prix. We can like make some racetracks there. Yeah, gives you better recruit rate for chariots and pump wagons.
Time.
Warlord eternal. Find Grom loose.
You're the boss. You're the boss. Now. It comes, it comes.
You know, we could afford like one more army, but I mean, I guess it would be alright to leave it at Merciful Call. So we definitely can't leave like the home front totally undefended. Is Durthu trying to ambush us here? I mean, if so, that's okay.
Going on the ground. Ransack to geese. Chariots rolling out.
Oh no, he bailed over that way. You lose so much movement going in here, but you know, I figured what we were doing there is okay. We're just gonna stay here, I guess.
Ready.
30 missile resist on Grom is pretty sweet. Take campaign movement range. Give him the perfect vigor, because we might be needing that soon. And anyway, we get the reputation for cooking, so we might just be cooking repeatedly just to get the rep up so that we can go on the wall again. But now I'm looking at the clock, and it looks like it is not time for the wall at all. Alright, can we move through your lands? Nope, well... See, the thing is, buddy, is I kind of want to burn this down, so... I don't know, maybe we just wait. 3k a turn is a lot to spend for an army that isn't doing anything, however. It's just a thing that I believe about armies. If they're here, then they should do. We're going to give her terror. Oh, so he's not even fighting against the Empire there. That's funny.
Your very presence here is a dance with...
Disagree with that? We cannot.
Oh, Reichland is fighting the Barrow Legion. Well, in that case, it's pretty unlikely he's going to send an army over here at all, right? They'll be able to, upset him there. I think what we do here is just pop in across the mountain then. Burn this down, burn that down, you know, and then do a little bit of this and that. You know, we're moving towards our short victory condition by running around the map and getting into fights, and that's very good. It's been ages since we had a battle, but we had a lot of them at the very beginning. I mean, that's always how it goes, right? So we had a bunch of sieges that we had to do too. The old Bretonia siege. Of course, Grom's army, very well suited to dealing with it. And oh, a nice little battle to carve out the end. Of course, Durthu's showing up, so this is more than just a little battle. We have a hybrid weapon specialist. Lifecaster, Shadowcaster, level 7 tree men, you know. It's not a gimme, even though we're very strong. Because we don't have anything that's really good at dealing with Durthu. And he's just so punchy. Oh. But we have a little, little snowy area to defend here, so that's nice. Now we're gonna have to figure that they might not want to engage here. That's alright, we're gonna make them. Yeah, because it's gonna be a minute and a half for them to get here, so we're just gonna jump in. We've got perfect vigor on him and on the pump wagons, so wonderful. And then we'll just run around the other direction whenever the time is necessary then. 67 speed, what is slowing him down? Oh, the terrain, right, because he doesn't have Strider. Well, these guys do. So they'll be here in a minute 21. They'll be here in 1 minute for Durthu. We need to get in. We'll have like 20 seconds to fight, and then we're going to turn around and run away. Yeah, man, they did so much damage on that charge. I mean, that's craziness how good they are. That's just amazing. I mean, sure Grom was here too, but man, that was... Yeah, because these are dryads, and, you know, they don't want to be fighting chariots, and you see that right there. Just absolutely melted. We have 13 seconds. We've got to get out of here right now. And they just, from downtown, did Lamentation? No. Yeah, Lamentation of Despairs. Nope, that's way too long range. I don't actually know what did that. Oh, it was, would have been like, the Way Stalker ability. Arrows of Kurnus, that's what it was. And now we just haul, you know, we've got perfect vigor, so although we took a little bit of damage there, you know, hey, it is all gravy as far as we're concerned. We did the big damage, and now they're going to have to walk to us. You know, some of them might even be in march stance already. I think Durthu's army was. He was tired. He is tired. And we're just going to charge with Grom here, on the grounds that Durthu is super far away, and that he'll be able to regenerate most of what damage he takes here. Oh, we didn't put the lucky banner on. That's bad stuff. You know, 28 ward save at least. That way Stalker is, you know, he can shoot us some and it'll do some damage, but his real utility is in Arrows of Kernus, which has one ability left of usage. We're just gonna charge in here. You know, the Deepwood Scouts, they got that move and shoot. They got the scoot in sadness infliction, but we're gonna get here. Rattle them. Get them. Oh, so unpleasant. This is what it's all about, you know. Wildwood Rangers trying to come in. Now, they are AP and anti-infantry. That doesn't mean they would be terrible against the chariot. Anything that surrounds a chariot, if you're sitting still, pretty good. But, you know, we've got the mass. There's our fishy breath. Because they are holding back way too far here. They are definitely allowing us to fulfill our game plan. Because Grom will solo, like, their whole army, except Urthu. But, you know, he's just a big hero, and that's what heroes do. They allow their units to spend plenty. You know, I really thought that Durthu was going to try to press this fight a little bit more. Definitely makes it not as tense as it would have been to have all this time to deal with the foe here, right? Let's hit this Waystalker now. Let's let him stop getting away from us. Let's give him the old bump and grind. There we go. Grom has this particular chariot motion. A lot of characters on chariots have it where, like, they'll push someone on foot in front of them and then they will just, like, just delete them. They'll push them forward a few times and then it's like they don't get to do anything but get pushed. But there we see the problems with the chariot, which is, you know, they don't really match up well against monstrous units. It's not what they're for. And Grom, well, eventually he can, if you get really big, like, attack values, then the fact that, you know, they're big dudes doesn't matter as much. But for right now, we don't have that big attack value. Can't believe we can't get them to come at us. Shell these treekin with a little bit of ingenuity. Oh, now they're moving forward. Now they want a little bit more action. I'm like, actually, the archers are getting there, aren't they? Let's just chill. They want to sit there, even with their very, very nice, what, it's 20%? 15 right now, okay, yeah. 20% fist resist. We'll just, you know, we'll just light them up. We can do that. We can be a patient orc. This is the last fight of the video. We can be a patient orc. You know, I bet the Swamp Breath would be good. Earth just chilling. I guess the game thinks he's a wizard and that it thinks it wants to wait. Still, I'm not gonna be sorry that Durthu, you know, let me fight for a little while. Durthu is enough of a headache where I'm not super sorry we were able to deal with him, and I'm not super sorry that he's not going to be able to write home about it either. Alright, and now he's springing into action. Orc Arrow Boy's giving the treeman a little bit of love. Of course, here in a second it's gonna be all of that going only at the big guy. We only have 2 orcs to shoot, and they're both shooting at Durthu. Alright. And the Spirit Leech. Oh, we can drop the summon on top of Durthu. That'll distract him for a little bit. What happened to the summon? There we go. The treeman is beating the brakes off of my man here. We need to go there. The treeman wants to fight a guy like Grom, so we are really giving him what he wants, which is very bad. Alright, and after all of that, it looks, you know, like Durthu is still probably gonna crack most of this army. Man, he's such a beast. Of course, probably having the infantry in earlier would have been better. We're just gonna keep on trying to work on the big guy. What a beast. And this treeman who's just destroying us. That's the thing, it's like, even when you get like a bunch of spears on them, they just don't care very much, right? Treemen, especially with Durthu around, have crazy good stats. Huge leadership, big defense, massive AP, you know, they just don't care. They just don't care. But there we go, Durthu dying now. That's the last of his Sword of Death abilities. That is the last we're going to see of that tree, I can tell you that right now. I distinctly remember one time where I was doing what I thought was a very promising Clan Skyer campaign. And Durthu showed up to Skaven Blight, and I did so good against him for a little while. His army, anyway. And then Durthu showed up, because there's like a lot of Wood Elves, and I thought it was going around. And then he just started running over everyone. And then he kept doing it. And he killed everybody, and I got army lost. And I had killed like 6,000 Wood Elves there, and he just walked up and said, "Oh, by the way, my name's Durthu, pleased to meet you." And then he swung the Sword of Daith around, and everybody clapped. Alright. We get the trait Tree Surgeon. Flaming attacks when fighting against Wood Elves is actually pretty okay. You know, it's actually pretty okay. Hag Merchant by Bordelot.
You're the boss. Hawk's will. You're the boss. Who should we zap? Curse him.
I'm like, oh, running forward, that is a choice.
Grom. Hack 'em to pieces.
Alright, we're gonna sack it to try to move forward.
Dead meat.
And it's not really working, but, you know, at least they don't have anywhere to go. And that one treeman doesn't have a place anymore, so they'll never get him back, right? That treeman is gone.
River throw, Hag.
Born for war.
River throw, Hag.
Alright, and in just 16 more turns, we'll have global recruitment of 1, or -1 turn for it, and then, you know, and then we'll really be able to get going. You know, that's what it's all about there. Eventually we get Vanguard for all the goblins, which is pretty nice. Alright, alright.
Big as an orc.
Well, it was sort of worth a try. Alright, so in Bordelot, we've got a thing. We can just recruit a dude, right? We've already got... No, we lost those guys. Well, we can get a Night Goblin War Boss on the grounds that they are cheaper than buying the other ones.
Happy to help. Bring it down.
Attack it again, and that lets us get a little bit of movement here to catch them. And he'll take that. This is a very, very clumsy way to eliminate an opponent, but it is working technically. And importantly, the home front's fine, right? Alright, do we take Helper Shrooms or take another challenge dish? I think take another challenge dish. Something with spores or shrooms. But it's one of these recipes. I just don't. You know, I don't. Yeah, let's just look it up real quick. We needed helper shrooms. Alright, so the internet says we need helper shrooms. How do we get them? We have to get fanatics. How do we get them? We have to put them into an army. How do we do that? We have to get to level 20. And Grom's not level 20 yet. Okay, so that's what we have to do. One more level, and then he'll get to level 20, and then we can recruit fanatics through the ROR, and then to save on postage. We'll be able to do that. And get the fourth thing in the cauldron. And all will be right with the world. Or most of the world will be right with it, and that's the same.
Only true vengeance will make me.
The Iron Claw Orcs are the second most powerful in the world. We should go and take them over. No, that's not really what the ambition is. Could be, though. Do we really need this building anymore? I mean, we want to be able to get the goblins. We can get that from a level 1 building somewhere else. Just because we haven't built one yet doesn't matter. We'll build one there. Yeah, because we need to get the spider building there, because in just a few more turns we're going to be leveling that up, and then we're going to be able to get spiders, and then the second part of the campaign can begin. The spider part. Like, we're gonna dive there. That way we can actually get here in time. Moving through this spine here, even with underway movement, is just such a headache. We're gonna burn this down. Now, because Orion's kind of a huge headache too, but Dirthu's worse. I don't know anybody in the game who like wants to fight Dirthu, you know.
Bloated and unstoppable. What? We'll always win. Remember it. Warlord eternal.
Alright, and there is the destruction of the foe.
Such ignorance pains me.
And this guy, I think in March he can get there, but I think in regular motion he can't quite. And even if he does get there, I mean, how happy is he going to be?
At your service.
Yeah, Grom's army's not that messed up. And he's got skirmishers, but no real cavalry to deal with just a push, right? So we'll take Ironheart. Now he has like very, very quick wound recovery in the event that he ever does good. Messed up, she gets immortal, perfecto.
Little war ready. What you want?
All right.
This magic is real.
Yeah, we just don't need to be here, although we could theoretically mess with them. Ooh, that's a nasty army, though. Those Knights of the Blazing Sun will do real good against all of our regen guys. Of course, you could just swap the regen away for something better, which is part of the whole draw of the Cauldron. You know, you can immediately swap your forces in the course of a turn and, you know, get way different strengths.
Wants me. I serve.
Protector of the oak.
Orion's running from Ronan the Vomitous, who has brought some rats to an arrow fight. It's a bold strategy. We'll see if that works out for him.
What? Stammer. Yeah.
All right.
Nasty magic's ready.
I'm glad Dirthu's done for. And I'm glad Grom continues to be the best campaign there is. I think he's one too that would definitely like really be great with a like a randomizer on the start. You know, or an alternate start position, because you could put Grom at literally any place on the map and he would have a great campaign. There would be something for him to eat.
Now they'll see.
I'm like, wow, that's a lot of dudes. Oh, it's the Uberstrike dudes that are in like Vermintide, I think.
Such ignorance pains.
But if this guy's here, I mean, like, we might as well go burn him down if we can. If he's already gonna be... No, what we might as well do is remember that it's time for bed. Sad. There's the leader, Grom the Paunch. Level 20. Oh, we need to get this technology. 20% more mass on all the pump wagons. Be bonkers good. Anyway. Just one more turn, right? But a nice meandering slow campaign. Turn 35, you know, we're doing great. We're fighting people. That's all you got to do as orcs. You just got to level up, get into arguments, because of course too with Grom's Cauldron, doing this random stuff is perfect. You know, all you really want to do is get into adventures. Now, of course, we didn't get our dwarf settlement like we wanted, which is too bad. But as soon as we get this spider egg yolk, you know, we're going to be able to start attacking that onto everything, because I just love having spider hatchlings. You have like some spiders, you charge in, you drop the hatchlings. It's so good. Anyway. Great little start to a campaign. I guess it's nearly 1 a.m. and it's 4 hours and 30 minutes on video timer. Excuse me. I didn't think that was gonna come out like that, but you know, that's a very yawny way to talk. I apologize. But thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Really hope you've enjoyed this episode of Warhammer. You know, it's been a little bit since we played one, but I sure have plenty more campaigns in me. You know, whether or not you learn anything, or I learn anything, or I do anything well, I still have the most fun playing it. You know, it's a vehicle for daydreaming for sure, and I love that about it. But good night, everybody. Good night, Luke. Good night, Neo. Anyone watching in the future or who hasn't spoken up, I appreciate y'all as well, and maybe I'll see you in another stream or video. Au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen. Adios. And goodbye.